Good evening, members. And members of the public who are viewing this live stream of this meeting. In addition, this evening, I would like to advise councillors that we also joined this evening by Mr. John Payne and Mr. Robert Mottershead from the Cabinet Office COVID-19 Task Force. Warm welcome to both of you. Members, I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules for speaking. Only speak when invited to by the chairman. Always turn on your video function when invited to speak. Please state your name before you speak if you have not been introduced by name. Some members may need to dial into the meeting and will therefore not have the benefit of the video. Please mute your microphone when you are not talking. If you would like to speak on an item, please do so by utilising the raise your hand feature in the bar at the top of the Teams window. As a reminder, please don't forget to lower your hand once you have finished speaking. The messaging bar should not be used unless you are raising a point of order or providing the wording for a motion. Please remember that this panel is visible to all and the subject to public information requests. Can I highlight that you may have noticed additional options on the raise your hand feature, and I would respectfully request that councillors did not use these additional options on this feature. Thank you. Where there appears to be a consensus in the meeting for the motion, I will ask if there is any dissension from the motion. If you wish to vote against the motion, please type against in the message panel, otherwise the motion will be agreed without a vote. The Chief Executive will indicate who has voted against. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by roll call, asking for a response of for or against or abstain from each councillor. A request support from a quarter of the members present. If a request for a recorded vote is made, unless I have already received notification of the request and 25% of the meeting have already intimated that they are in the support, a roll call will be taken up to the point that a quarter of councillors present at the meeting support that request. If my connection is lost during the meeting, the Vice Chairman will take the chair until my connection resumes. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Thank you, members. Agenda item 1, apologies for absence. There are no apologies received for this evening's meeting. Item 2, declarations of interest. Can I ask the Chief Executive to report regarding any declarations of interest?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to inform all councillors that all members of the council have been granted a dispensation by the monitoring officer to take part in the debate and to vote on the budget and council tax proposals. I don't think we've received any notification of pecuniary interests at all, but if there are any, then we will advise the members to leave, then invite them back in at the conclusion of the item.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Moving on then to agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes. Members, are you happy to agree and to confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 5th of January 2021?
So, Chairman, I'm seeing two hands, Councillor Paul Hilliard and Councillor Tony Trent, which may have come up for the previous item. I'm not sure. I don't know if you're seeing those.
Can I call on Councillor Paul Hilliard, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, interest, not a pecuniary interest, but regarding item 7G, Wessex Fields, as I'm a BCP appointed to governor on the University Hospitals Dorset Trust, I feel it open and transparent not to participate and vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Councillor Tony Trent.
Yeah, yeah, I declare an interest as a tenant of a Pool Housing Partnership garage.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. If there are no other declarations of interest, I will move back to agenda item 3, confirmation of the minutes. Are members happy that these be signed as a true and correct record? I'm not seeing any dissent in the members' bar, so therefore we will confirm those minutes as agreed by consensus of the meeting. Agenda item 4, announcements from the chairman. Firstly, members, it is with sadness that I'm reporting the death of Ian Andrews, a former town clerk of the Borough of Poole. Mr. Andrews became town clerk in 1974. He had a wide range of interests and was an active member of numerous community and town organisations. A particular passion for the borough's history. I would like to call on Councillor Stribley to say a few words, please. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I worked with Ian Andrews, and he was town clerk when I first became a councillor for Parkstone. Ian was one of the most significant men in the life of Poole over the latter half of the past century. Born in Middlesex in 1939, Ian was a dedicated and diligent student, remarkably winning himself a scholarship to Oxford. Graduating as a law student, he wanted to become a solicitor, but because of lack of family resources, his only route was to take his articles whilst being employed by a local authority. Hence his appearance in Poole in 1962. In 1963, he married the love of his life, Valerie, and together they had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, of each of whom he was and remained immensely proud. Dedication and diligence was Ian's hallmark throughout his life. Every time he thought to move on to a better job, he found himself promoted at Poole, where his talents were certainly recognised. In 1974, following an earlier local government reorganisation, when Bournemouth became part of Dorset, Ian found himself appointed town clerk to the county and borough of Poole, the youngest town clerk in the country. Settled here, Ian most definitely became a man of love of the town, and his passion for its history and arts helped shape it to all who live here have come to love and appreciate. For example, Ian was a leading player in all the following events: the creation of the Arndale, now the Dolphin Centre, together with Towngate Bridge, which brought life, vibrancy, business and better access to Poole, its port and its town centre. The creation of Poole Arts Centre, a multi-use facility with its remarkable lifting floor, creating the largest concert hall outside London and a permanent home for the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra. The reclaim and refurbishment of Upton Country Park and House for the community. On his first inspection there, he did not realise the treasured walled garden had been turned into a piggery. On opening the gate and entering, I'm told he stepped into unmentionable and deep mire and was faced with a stampede of the animals from whom he had to beat an undignified and extremely hasty retreat. To help with these and many other varied enterprises, Ian always managed to set up successful and continuing management groups, namely Friends of Upton Country Park, Friends of Poole Art Centre, Poole Maritime Trust, Poole Flying Boats Association, the Poole and Cherbourg Twinning Association, and the Wessex Newfoundland Society, to name but a few. Poole's museum at the bottom of the High Street was only achieved because of Ian's efforts, as was the rebuilding of Scapland's Court. He knew which projects would benefit the town, and he knew how to bring them to the attention of those with influence. In 1990, when I first became mayor, Ian was there to help and guide me, and to explain why I should always, during my term of office, be addressed as Mr. Mayor. A potentially interesting or useful advice for anyone currently obsessed with gender-neutral language. In the mid-90s, I helped to organise a visit of the Wessex Newfoundland Society to Newfoundland itself. This was an amazing event. 27 members were entertained at the home of the Governor of Newfoundland, undertook a number of fascinating tours, and even visited the mirror image of Poole's mansion house, which was erected in Newfoundland by one of Poole's merchants. Because the prosperity of Poole in the 17 and 1800s based on the remarkable cod trade. Ian was always immensely loyal and supportive to every member of staff. Although a stickler for getting things just right, he would always listen carefully and would never leap to judgment. Fiercely apolitical, he took the same approach with members. Always there to listen, guide, and offer words of caution or support, and always knowing which battles were worth fighting. Following his early retirement in the 1990s, he worked for the government, independently overseeing that numerous elections were held fairly and honestly in various parts of the world. He also concentrated on the various and many organisations he loved and had helped set up, and on Poole's history, writing a number of truly interesting books.
Thank you for those kind words, Councillor Stribley. Thank you very much.
May I just finish with the last sentence?
Please do.
Sadly, something over a year ago, Ian suffered a devastating stroke, which meant he had to move into a nursing home. He was visited regularly by old friends, colleagues and family until those connections were limited by COVID-19, a disease to which he sadly succumbed just a few weeks ago. Those who knew Ian will remember his wry humour, his enthusiasms, and his undoubted integrity. He made a lasting contribution to the Borough of Poole, which will long be remembered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Moving on then, members, I would like to advise councillors that Mr. Bill Cotton, the Corporate Director for Regeneration and Economy, will be leaving the council at the end of February to take up a new role as Corporate Director for Environment and Place at Oxford County Council. Bill started work at Bournemouth Borough Council 8 years ago and subsequently the BCP Council. He played an integral role in the development of the BCP Council's ambitious agenda for regeneration and economy, including the successful bid to the government's Transforming Cities Fund and the exciting Smart Place programme. On behalf of the council, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Bill for his service to the council and wish him every success in his new role. Moving on then, members will be aware with regards to the government's lifting of the LGBT medals, and I would like to call on Councillor David Kelsey, who's the council's Armed Forces champion, to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very kind of you to allow me this time. As members would have heard over the last few months, though over the last week, in fact, that the government have decided to relinquish their ban on ex-military people receiving the medals that they so rightly earned and deserved during their time serving with Her Majesty's forces. For myself personally, this has been a 41-year wait for me to be able to do this. I've now actually applied. I sent my application in yesterday, and I now merely have to wait probably another 41 years before I get a response from government to actually receive my medals back. I do hope to still be around in that time. If I may, Mr. Chairman, may I say a huge personal thank you to the many members that are sat here tonight that have sent me regards, good wishes and kind thoughts on the interview that they heard on the television and on the radio. It was extremely heartwarming for myself to hear those words, and I've had many such things from many members of the public. I'm sure there are other members of the BCP area that have also been in my situation, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to them also receiving their medals back. And I thank BCP Council for allowing me to highlight this fact in my role as Armed Forces Champion, Mr. Chairman. I'm very grateful for the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelsey, and I look forward to the day when we can see you with your medals. Members, I just want to go back to Councillor Judes Butt, who raised her hand to speak on the last item. Councillor Judes Butt.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Just to let you know, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
And you want me to have my picture on? Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman. My apologies. Just to let you know, Mr. Chairman, that Councillor Mrs. Julie Bagwell has been having some difficulties linking in her phone and her computer, but she's now hopefully linking in, but wondered whether, if she's unable to get in, whether Sarah would be able to contact her. I hope that that's in order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor, but I'm sure that Richard and Max between them will sort that out.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Richard, Max.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members will also be aware of the recent accolade of Paul Sailor Pip Hare, who completed the round the world yacht race, the Vendée Globe. And I would like to take this opportunity of acknowledging the achievement in completing that race. And I would like to call on Councillor Andy Hadley, who I understand just wants to say a few words. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. To declare an interest as a sailor from Poole Yacht Club who feels I've achieved something when I sail around Brownsea Island. This is a lady who's gone to extremes on social distancing, and I'm sure there are easier ways to do it. Her 2021 Vendée Globe achievement is significant. She's the 8th woman in history to finish the race, the first British sailor across this particular race in 95 days and 11.5 hours, just outside Dame Ellen MacArthur's record. At one point on her trip, she said she was closer to people on the space station than to any other human. The Vendée Globe is considered the Everest of sailing, and many people locally have followed her journey with great interest. In this time of lockdown, nearly 1 million people worldwide took part in an online virtual version of the race, following the progress of the real races very keenly. Pip is an inspirational ambassador of the sport, and with a wide following across social media, and especially an inspiration to all young people to follow your dreams. From her hometown of Poole, I understand she's already signalled intent to take part in 2024, and that will be great for the area, for business and for the population. I was keen that the council marked her achievement tonight, and I hope we find a way to celebrate this further and to work with her to inspire young people across BCP for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I endeavour to try and make sure that that happens. Moving on then, members, to agenda item 5. In accordance with the Constitution, the following public questions have been published on the website and a link circulated to all councillors. Responses to these questions have also been published on the council's website. So the 2 questions received during this cycle is from the Reverend Mike Oates. And the question was on the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill, and the second question was from Phil Stanley on formulating a health and fitness strategy for the future. Statements. In accordance with the Constitution, the following statements have been published on the website and a link circulated to all councillors. Paul Sondheim on item 7E, the Licensing Committee, 4th of February 2021, minute number 24, taxi and private hire driver vehicle and operator policies. And the statements from the following relate to the budget alternative budget later on in the agenda. So we had a statement from James Crocker from Paul Bid, one from Andy Lennox, the Wonky Table, Tim Seward from BAHA, Chris Gumbrell, Brewhouse and Kitchen Limited, Craig Matthey, South Coast Events Forum, Elspeth McBain, Chief Executive of the Lighthouse, Dougie Scarf, the Chief Executive of the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra, and Zana Chisholm, the Artistic Director, Chief Executive Officer of the Pavilion Dance Southwest, and finally Richard Davies, the Bourne Asset Management. Moving on to petitions, there are no petitions submitted to the Council in this cycle. And moving on then to agenda item 6, questions from councillors. The first question is Councillor Howell. I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Broadhead, re the plans for Poole High Street. Councillor Howell, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The portfolio holder for regeneration was quoted in the Echo article discussing the unsuccessful Future High Streets bid published on the 28th of December as follows. We are pressing ahead with some major plans for Poole High Street, which we aim to be transformative. Given the only publicly released initiative that has secured delivery Heritage Action Zone project, which is currently allocated the relatively small sum of £1.25 million, please could the portfolio holder for regeneration and or lead member for Poole regeneration set out the major plans to which he referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. I understand that Councillor Philip Broadhead will reply to your question. Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank Councillor Howell for his question. As Councillor Howell will have noticed, Poole regeneration is such a major priority for this administration that it's made its way into one of the key 5 areas of focus as part of our big plan. In order to truly put that plan into action, we have to ensure that actual delivery of regeneration is a priority and built into the system. For too long, many good ideas and plans have been drawn up, but they've never progressed their way to actual delivery on the ground, as very little thought has been given to how to actually bring them forward. Many have spent a long time on the why, the what and the where, but almost no time on the how and when. In my view, this is the wrong way round. There's no point in drawing up fancy plans if you have no idea about how to bring them forward. Accordingly, whilst also continuing the vital work on the what and the where, we'll be bringing forward a paper at the next Cabinet meeting entitled The Future of Regeneration Across BCP Area. This paper and plan will focus particularly on how we ensure that we have the skills, funds and delivery mechanisms to actually bring forward regeneration across the BCP area, and Poole especially, at pace and at scale. We need to move firmly away from the broken method of drawing pretty plans on a page with no thought about how to get them built. This transformative plan will fix that, and I look forward to being part of the administration that will actually deliver regeneration rather than just talk about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Howell, did you have a supplementary question for Councillor Broadhead? Oh, you're on mute, Councillor Howell. Councillor Howell, you're on mute.
Sorry about that, I was on mute again. I think what he just said there is that we've got to wait for a transformative plan to come forward. I just asked him why it has taken 5 months to 5 months of this administration to come forward with such a explanation and why that hasn't been released to councillors prior to this date. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Howell, for his supplementary. As I mentioned, the Cabinet paper coming next month will say more, but just to reiterate the point, a lot of work has been going on in the last 5 months, and Councillor Howell has been part of many of those conversations and many of the panels. However, there is absolutely no point in just drawing plans if we do not have a plan for how to deliver them. So the paper coming forward about regeneration will spell out in some detail the plans that will be put in place to actually deliver these plans, as well as continuing the hard work of making sure that they're the plans that we want. But delivery is everything, and we will be the ones to deliver. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. The next question is from Councillor Vicky Slade. Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is about the Member Engagement Forum. Since its inception in 2019, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council has been clear it's very much open for business and ambitious about the future. Both the Unity Alliance administration and this new administration have talked about transparency and consultation at every level and have worked hard to shake off some of the shadows of legacy councils. It's crucial councillors can openly engage with business and with those who seek to invest in our area, and that the public can be confident that those discussions are taking place in a structured way and with officers not only present but documenting the meetings. The Member Engagement Forum was introduced in late 2019 to enable developers to bring their ideas at an early stage to those councillors who are not involved in the planning process for their views and to get a steer on our wider vision for the future. They provided a safe space for the sharing of ideas and avoided the risks associated with private meetings. Since the change of administration, every meeting has been cancelled, apparently due to lack of business. But we're told that developers are keen to invest in our town, so how can there be a lack of business? Can the portfolio holder explain what action has been taken by himself and his senior planners to encourage developers to showcase their ideas as was done under the previous administration, and when we might see this helpful forum return in a virtual way so that members can share their collective vision for BCP?
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Broadhead once more, please.
It's me again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Slade for her question. The Member Engagement Forum, as she said, was launched in late 2019, but was put on hold by the last administration at the outbreak of the pandemic in early 2020. This was a completely appropriate decision in the circumstances. I'm as keen as anyone to get deeper engagement between those bringing forward development sites and councillors, especially as Councillor Slade said, we've got some large and very important sites coming through the system. As such, working with officers since the end of last year, we've been working on how we could restart the paused engagement forum, but crucially improve it at the same time. Whilst the previous forum was a good way for developers to have an extended slot to brief councillors of their coming plans, the forum was restricted in its formal membership and lacked the ability, in my view, to do what it should be doing, which is having a productive and early conversation on how developing plans could actually be improved. This can only really happen effectively if the forum puts members of the planning committee at its front and centre, and have therefore been working with the chairman of the planning committee, who in turn has been liaising with the committee members to finalise arrangements for a new improved engagement forum. This would have better engagement from councillors from both the wider council membership and also, crucially, the planning committee members. By getting the planning committee members involved in the pre-planning stages of major developments, we should be able to more effectively input into the process and therefore, hopefully, improve the quality of development in our area. This needs to involve the planning committee members and is widely considered to be good practice and happens elsewhere. I understand that the chairman of the planning committee has finalised arrangements for how this would work with his committee, and I look forward to launching the new and improved Developer Major Projects Engagement Forum, which evidently needs a more catchy title than that, shortly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Slade, did you have a supplementary for Councillor Broadhead?
Oh, but can I make a very, and in fact, the all portfolio holders, that when the meetings are cancelled, the actual real reason for cancelling meetings is listed and not lack of business, because to tell us that there is a lack of business is actually not quite accurate.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Members, the next question this evening is from Councillor David Brown. Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question regards the barrel bike scheme. As the portfolio holder is aware, the Beryl Bike Share Scheme was launched across Bournemouth and Poole in 2019, and the Unity Alliance administration expanded this service to include Christchurch in 2020, bringing about a common service offering to all residents and all council taxpayers across the BCP area. While there was publicity for the addition of e-scooters to the Beryl scheme in January 2021, what was not mentioned was that at the same time the original council contracted Beryl Bike Share scheme was withdrawn from residents across large parts of North Bournemouth and North Poole, covering Bear Cross, Bearwood, West Howe, East Howe, Kinson, Northbourne and parts of Red Hill and Ensbury Park. When it is council policy to encourage active travel through the Transforming Travel, Transforming Cities Fund programme, and these areas include routes where investment will be made to encourage cycling, how does the portfolio holder justify the withdrawal of this service from residents in these areas? And at a time when service provision and council tax is being harmonised across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, how does the portfolio holder justify introducing an inequality in service provision to the residents of North Bournemouth and North Poole? And as an active user of this service across this part of the conurbation myself, can he explain to me why not all users of the service were notified of this change and were simply left to find out about it when they wanted to use the service and discovered that the bikes had been removed without any communication or consultation with ward members or service users?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I understand that Councillor Mike Green will respond to your question. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Brown for his question. BCP's bike share scheme with Beryl has been well received by both residents and visitors, with over 275,000 journeys taken since launch. The operating area of 140 square kilometres with 323 parking bays makes the scheme one of the largest in Europe. All bikes are GPS tracked, and this provides Beryl with accurate origin destination data for all journeys undertaken. Ridership of the scheme is continually monitored, and analysis showed that usage in the North Poole and North Bournemouth areas has unfortunately been low. The bike share operation in both Poole and Bournemouth is provided at no cost to BCP Council, with Beryl funding the bikes and all ongoing maintenance. Whilst the Council has a close working relationship with Beryl and is keen to see bike share develop, ultimately Beryl are responsible for the operation of the scheme in these areas and make the commercial decisions. During the 6 months up until the 13 bays in question were withdrawn from service, each generated an average of just 0.36 rides per day. This is only a quarter of the average for bays elsewhere in BCP. Although I am disappointed by it, I can therefore understand Beryl's commercial decision to withdraw service from the North Poole and North Bournemouth areas of the scheme. Ultimately, we need the overall scheme to be commercially viable if it is to continue and flourish as we hope. Beryl have told me that users were notified by a direct email sent to any rider that had picked up or parked a bike in any of the 13 bays during the previous 30 days. This amounted to 77 customers out of 50,000 users of the scheme overall, which again points to how little use those bays were generating. They say they received comments from 2 scheme users that they were not informed. However, upon investigation, this was due to both customers having duplicate accounts. No further comments have been received by Beryl. Notices have also been displayed at the closed bays and the locations no longer appear in the app. Beryl have reassured me that the revised operating area is only a temporary measure. The Council liaises regularly with Beryl at monthly project meetings, and I've asked to be kept updated on progress in the hope that the bays can be brought back into use as the weather improves and demand increases. I can reassure Councillor Brown that we will be pressing for this to be as early as possible. The Council will continue to work in partnership with Beryl to develop the bike share scheme across the conurbation. The forthcoming transforming travel corridors with segregated cycle facilities will provide an excellent opportunity to further encourage demand for bike share services and ensure provision in the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Brown, did you have a supplementary question for Councillor Green?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the answer from the portfolio holder, and I'm interested to hear those figures that he's provided, like the 0.36 rides per day across the 13 bays in North Bournemouth and North Poole, and slightly surprised at that in terms of problem people say to me their experience is no bikes being available in those bays. I'm glad to hear
supplementary, please.
a temporary measure. So would the portfolio holder give a commitment to removing this inequality in service provision and reintroducing the Beryl bike share scheme in these areas of North Bournemouth and North Poole, in keeping with the council's policy to support active travel options? Introduced.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Brown, for your supplementary question. I thought I'd made it very clear in my previous answer that that is not a decision for the council. That is a decision for Beryl, and therefore I cannot give that commitment. What I very much hope, as I've said before, is that as the weather improves, so will demand, and that we will be able to reintroduce those, or Beryl will be able to reintroduce those bays. I further hope that as the transforming travel corridors which travel through those areas are introduced, that will increase the demand for cycling in the way that we hope, and therefore I'm very hopeful that once they are there, that we should be able to persuade Beryl to keep them open all year. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. The next question is Councillor George Farquhar. Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is this. In the ward that I represent, there is the installation of a pair of vehicle-activated signs. They are activated to flash the speed limit when a vehicle approaches in excess of the posted speed limit. These are installed on the Overcliff Road as a traffic calming measure. I have noted that they are frequently triggered by vehicles approaching driving in excess of the 30 mile an hour speed limit. I have noted this when I am walking in the area both on weekdays and weekends and at different times of the day. Can I ask what information is available to the local authority for how often this pair are triggered and how the local authority gauges and implements changes based upon the empirical evidence of the efficiency of calming traffic by reducing speed of not only this pair of VAS, vehicle activated signs, but all the many VAS signs across the conurbation. It would also be very useful to know how many VAS units are installed and active in the BCP geography. That's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Mike Green again, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Farquhar, for your question. We deployed two types of speed-activated warning signs across the BCP area. The VAS, or vehicle-activated signs, which are mains-powered and fixed in permanent positions, and battery-operated SIDs, or speed indicator devices, which are mobile and temporary in their position. SID deployment times will depend on battery life. In general, these signs have an activation threshold above which the sign is automatically triggered by approaching vehicles. This is usually around 1 mile per hour to 3 mile per hour above the posted speed limit, so it would be 31 to 33 mile per hour in the 30 mile per hour limit area that Councillor Farquhar refers to. We do not currently collect information about how often these signs are activate. However, this is something that I would be happy to look into, and I thank Councillor Farquhar for the suggestion. There are various other methods of calculating speeds in our roads, including speed surveys, and the Council is currently looking at how we might try to access speed data from external sources as well. Although we do not continually measure speed reductions achieved through the use of vehicle-activated signs locally, there's very good national research available which points to an average reduction of 1.4 mile per hour. The Council currently operates 52 fixed VAS sites across BCP and 28 SID sites covering 91 mobile sites across BCP. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Farquhar, did you have a supplementary question for Councillor Green?
If I please, I'm sorry, I was scribbling away there, Councillor Green. You said 21 SIDs, and those SIDs operate in how many areas did you say, just for your last comment? And then I could ask a question if that's possible.
Councillor Green, I think it was 28 SID signs and 52 fixed VAS sites across the BCP, Councillor Farquhar.
Yes, but there was a total of something like 90 sites, and I misunderstood whether or not those are around from those sites to sites. So what's the 90 odd figure?
May I, Chairman?
Yes, please, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, there are 28 of the mobile SID signs. There are 91 sites at which they can go to. So those 28 are rotated around the 91. Thank you, Chairman.
Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Farquhar.
And I'd like to thank the portfolio holder for looking into this. And expanding, because it is a concern for the residents of my ward on this particular route, because it is a through route for traffic. And unfortunately, the traffic, and as you said, the national figures, it's a 1.4 mile per hour reduction, just doesn't seem to have any effect on traffic. So this is a concern for the elderly, people with accessibility issues, and children accessing the cliff and the routes down onto the beach itself. So would the portfolio holder be able to give a rough time frame for some sort of response to actually actively monitoring and taking active measures whereby excess speed is recorded repeatedly at this fixed location?
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. We do carry out speed surveys which are mobile and around the whole of BCP. There is as you'd expect, a waiting list because there's a great deal of demand for them. However, if Councillor Farquhar would like to send me a request to have a speed survey on that stretch of road, I'd be very happy to put it forward into the list. If when we receive the results, there are excessive speeds there, greater than we would expect elsewhere, then it will obviously have to be looked at as to how there could be further speed reduction measures put into place. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. The next question, members, is from Councillor Andy Hadley. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. BCP Council participates in the Western Gateway Subnational Transport Partnership with authorities across Dorset, Wiltshire, Bath, Bristol and the Gloucester areas. Is the method by which government will give us any significant capital funds for transport priorities over coming years. A strategic transport plan document for the next 5 years was finalised at the end of last year. When the portfolio holder asked me, I agreed that since no formal decision was required of us, perhaps it did not need to come as a paper to council, but I suggested that a link to the document be circulated to all councillors. This did not happen. Can the portfolio holder please explain why he chose not to share this document with his colleagues? I was disappointed when reading this 5-year strategy that the urban mass transit aspects of the document now only cover points radiating out from the Bristol conurbation, whereas the draft that I contributed to had also highlighted the importance of this for the BCP conurbation. Instead, new wording was a package of improvements to unlock key development sites located close to Royal Bournemouth Hospital, reduced congestion on the A3060 and A338, provide for sustainable transport improvements and improved access for cluster of key employment sites. The phenomenon of induced traffic is well researched, and Castle Lane already suffers hugely from it. Extra roads will add more congestion. Can the portfolio holder please assure Council that it is the intention to seek Western Gateway funding is to pursue strategic sustainable transport solutions, not just for that area as stated, but to reduce congestion and improve productivity across the whole conurbation, and to aim to think big on transport solutions that will achieve this. Indeed, I would have expected to see something like this name-checked as an ambition for the infrastructure in the big plan. When will that be added, and when will serious planning commence, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and I thank Councillor Hadley for his question. Before going into the answer, I should apologise to most of the members here, and that this sort of thing really excites both Councillor Hadley and myself, but possibly not everyone else, and I apologise for the detail which I'm going to have to go in. I also apologise for any perceived delay in publicising the document, as I agree with Councillor Hadley that it could be useful for members. Unfortunately, the web link which Councillor Hadley provided was actually to the old draft plan, as the final version had not yet been adopted. BCP officers contacted the Western Gateway programme team, and it was noted that all member local authorities needed to indicate approval before publication. This was confirmed at a senior officer meeting held earlier this month, and we'll be placing the document on our website very shortly, so it will be the whole document rather than just a link to it potentially. The process of finalising the subnational strategy took on board the views of many across the area. It's important to stress that the strategy itself is only for an interim short-term period, and that the content reflects only those elements that were deemed to have potential as being shovel-ready within the more immediate 5-year timescale. The urban mass transit hopes for the Bristol conurbation met that time requirement, but unfortunately, although we in BCP are looking into the technical feasibility of mass transit at the moment, we are not at an advanced enough stage to realistically and credibly say that we could do the same. Councillor Hadley will know that nobody will be more pleased than me if we are in the position to include urban mass transit proposals for BCP within future iterations of the plan. I do not concur with Councillor Hadley's feelings on Wessex Fields. While great efforts are being made to reduce the amount of car use necessary to enable the development, some road improvements are required to ensure optimal use of this key and welcome employment site. The dogmatic approach of the previous administration would not have allowed this. Moreover, it's hoped and expected that the new roads associated with the development will help bring much needed relief to the congestion referred to by my colleague. I would wish to reassure members that much work is currently being undertaken for BCP area towards our refresh of our local position, while seeking to take on board the very latest government guidance for walking, cycling, bus and rail. We are seeking to pursue strategic, sustainable transport solutions to help reduce congestion and improve productivity across the whole conurbation, and these will form an integral part of our work as part of the Western Gateway subnational transport body. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Hadley, did you have a supplement, Councillor Green, at all?
No, I don't. I think Councillor Green, I don't need to bore the rest of the council with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Moving on then, the final question is from Councillor Mark Howell. Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you. Now that a full planning application has been submitted for development of the empty employment land at Sturt Avenue West, only a couple of viable sites remain for relocation of the Wilson Dorset bus depot. Its relocation is essential for the regeneration of the Seldown area adjacent to the Dolphin Centre. So please could the portfolio holder for regeneration confirm that the council is treating relocation as a priority and actively and urgently working with Wilson Dorset to secure a site for the relocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Philip Broadhead, please. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Howell for his question. I would actually challenge the assertion that Councillor Howell has presented as fact, that the relocation is essential for the regeneration of the Seldown area adjacent to the Dolphin Centre. As the previous portfolio holder, Councillor Howell spent almost 18 months on a costly and time-consuming piece of work looking to where he would like to relocate the bus shelter and depot. The end result of this were proposals that were undeliverable on land that we didn't even own. The development of the Seldown area and others remains a priority, and we'll be bringing forward, as I mentioned earlier, a paper at next month's Cabinet outlining how we'll be looking to ensure that delivery of these projects is prioritised. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I have trouble with my mouse there. Councillor Howell, did you have a supplementary question for Councillor Broadhead at all?
Yeah, Councillor Broadhead again referred to a regeneration paper, which I'm confused about this, because the regeneration paper I assume that he is referring to has already been published and is accessible on the the Cabinet agenda. So and that does not, all that does is set out a proposal for determining what structure regeneration would be managed under. Essentially, it doesn't go into anything about the bus depot or any site whatsoever. I find it very concerning that he says that there is a viable option to retain the bus depot where it is. I mean, I'd like to know on what basis he is saying that.
Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you. I will reiterate that the reason for bringing this new paper forward is delivery is absolutely everything. There's no point in spending time and effort, and many worthy plans have already been put into place, and many of them will be deliverable if you've got a plan for actually how to deliver them. Mr. Chairman, I inherited a position where Councillor Howell gave back £6 million to Homes England, which would have helped with that delivery. So I'm really trying to make sure that we bake that delivery into the system and actually make sure that any plans that we do come up with, which are still in the works, can actually come to fruition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. That concludes item 6 on this evening's agenda, and we move forward then to item 7, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Members are asked to consider the following recommendations, which will be taken separately. Item 7A, Audit and Governance Committee, 26th of November 2020, minute number 47. Report of the Constitution Review Working Group, changes to the Council's Constitution, Procedure Rule 36. Councillor Beasley, having moved the recommendations relating to Procedure Rule 36, which stood adjourned from the Council meeting on the 5th of January, can I call upon you to comment on the recommendations, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Members will remember that this item stood adjourned from our last council meeting on the 5th of January. Procedure Rule 36, as currently drafted, has the effect of delaying every amendment to the council's procedure rules by requiring the decision to be deferred to the next full council meeting, even those which may have been fully considered by the Constitution Review Working Group and the Audit and Governance Committee. It is not considered that this was the intent of this procedure rule when initially drafted by the Shadow Authority, although it may now be considered appropriate to adopt this more cautious approach when considering motions to vary or revoke the Council's procedure rules submitted under Procedure Rule 12, Notices of Motion. This rule should also be repositioned from the general provisions within the Constitution to the part concerning council meetings. It is therefore recommended that A, Procedure Rule 36 be amended to read any motion under Procedure Rule 12, motions on notice, to vary or revoke these rules shall, when proposed and seconded, stand adjourned without discussion to the next ordinary meeting of the Council. And B, Procedure Rule 36 as amended be moved from subpart C, which are general provisions, to subpart A for council meetings. Chairman, I so move, and the Vice Chairman of the Audit and Governance Committee has again agreed to second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Members, is there any debate regarding this item 7A? If you'd be kind enough to show by raising your hand. Councillor Beasley, I've just been reminded that I should confirm your seconder. Could you remind me who the seconder was again, please?
Yes, Chairman. The Vice Chairman of the Audit and Governance Committee has again agreed to second. That's Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Councillor Williams, please. I apologise.
That's okay. Yes, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Any debate, members? If there is no debate, can I take it then that all members are happy? If not, please show in the conversation bar regarding any dissension, please. Okay, thank you, members. We'll record that as a unanimous vote. Members, could you just bear with me a moment? I have a point of order in the chat bar which I have to deal with. Thank you, members. The point raised by Councillor Anstrubly in the chat bar was not actually a point of order, but a statement. So I will now move on to item 7B, Cabinet 13th of January 2021, minute number 284, Council tax base. Can I call upon Councillor Drew Mellor, who I understand you'll move the recommendation, and Councillor Philip Broadhead will second the move. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and yes, that's correct. Very happy to move this motion, move this paper. Chair, this is a very technical paper that needs to come to Council before we can submit our budget and proceed with our budget, which is a later paper on this agenda. Chair, we've all seen it a number of times before, so I don't propose to talk too long on it, and look forward to Councillor Broadhead to second it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Happy to second, as the leader has pointed out, this is a paper that has to be taken through to agree the council tax base and as appropriate. So happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Members, is there any debate? No raised hands. I therefore will go to the vote. If there are members wishing to dissent on this item, one moment, members. I have Councillor Diana Butler, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify, does this paper mean that we are fixing tax bands at a different level for each town of our BCP area?
I've been advised no, Councillor Butler.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any dissent on this item? Thank you, members. That will be recorded as a unanimous vote. Item 7C, Cabinet 13th of January 21, minute number 286, concessionary fares bus operator reimbursement. Can I call upon Councillor Mike Green, please?
Thank you, Chairman. The English National Concessionary Travel Scheme is the arrangement whereby local authorities effectively reimburse bus companies for the journeys that are taken by bus pass holders, give or take. COVID has obviously meant that the number of those journeys has dropped dramatically, and so theoretically should the payment that is made from local authorities to those bus companies. However, if that were to be the case, it would have a devastating effect on the bus companies' viability and the ability that they would have to be able to run those bus routes. And as a result, the Department for Transport made it very clear to all local authorities that they expected them to reimburse the bus companies at levels at the same levels effectively as pre-COVID. And that has been taken up by all the local authorities around the country. There are a couple of small adjustments to that to do with the overall bus patronage and also the number of miles that are actually travelled by the buses, where they may have reduced or increased services to reflect that. But broadly speaking, that's where we are. This paper was discussed at Ovian Scrutiny in depth, and it then went forward to Cabinet, which has approved it. But because the amount that we will be paying over the course of the year is £7.83 million, that exceeds the threshold at which it needs to come to full council, and that's the reason that I'm bringing it today. And I believe that Councillor Broadhead will be formally seconding this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Chairman. Delighted to second this. It's a pragmatic and sensible approach in order to help protect our bus companies and assure sustainable travel into the future during these very difficult times. And I'd encourage all members to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Any debate, members? Councillor Andy Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Our bus drivers have continued to undertake valuable service throughout the pandemic, but it's a great shame to see the buses so empty. And whilst a full bus is sustainable transport, an empty one certainly is not. Paragraph 13 talks about a recovery partnership with the bus company to support them moving back onto a commercial footing. I'd love to see some of the recovery subsidy going to passengers rather than directly to the bus companies. And I wonder what opportunity there is to push forward the long-held ambition for integrated ticketing between the different bus companies and for some sort of reduced fares to encourage people back onto using the buses when it's safe to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Diana Butler, please. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I just wanted to point out it seems a little unfair that if the bus company is a business, they should actually be partially responsible for maybe having fewer journeys made if not so many passengers are using it. And so it seems a bit unfair that we reimburse to the level of pre-COVID. Surely we could lessen the amount as we've all had less travel in the last year.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I don't have any further speakers at the moment. Councillor Green, you've raised your hand. Did you want to sum up at this point?
Happy to do so, Chair. Happy to do so, Chairman, to respond to those points.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. To Councillor Hadley, certainly as part of, I do apologise, really, I should have brought up the fact that we would be entering into these partnerships with the bus companies, the recovery partnerships, which was also part of the paper, but that was not the bit that needed to be taken through Council. As part of it, I'm certain that we would be looking at the potential for integrated ticketing. These partnerships, although they are meant to be between the local authority and the bus company, certainly initially we believe that a significant amount of the funding, although it may be passported through the local authority, will come from the DFT to the bus companies to allow them to continue in the continue to run services. As far as reduced fares are concerned, of course, in a partnership with the bus companies, it will be up to us to try to ensure that the routes are profitable and that the overall operation is profitable. I wouldn't rule it out, but I certainly wouldn't rule it in either. It's not likely to be the best way to bring those bus companies back to viability. To Councillor Butler, I do understand that these are private companies which are operating. However, they are all operating under the instructions effectively that they cannot make an operating profit. There is no doubt whatsoever from the figures that I've seen that were these numbers to have reduced to any significant extent the amount of money that has been given by the local authorities, then we would have seen a collapse in those bus companies. There are papers which are available for you which are confidential and which were discussed at the Oath and Scrutiny Committee, but clearly those cannot be discussed in open meeting, but you may wish to avail yourself of those. They have also looked to decrease the frequency of some of the routes, which has resulted in a slightly lower payment, and that will be ongoing, again, through discussions, because, as Councillor Hadley pointed out, they are running very much under capacity. Even the ones that can run at capacity aren't able to because of the COVID regulations. And the percentage that we pay does go down according to the frequency. What I would say is that they know that on what's generally the 5 frequency routes, that once you get beyond 1 every 10 minutes, people are less inclined to use that route. And what we are very, very keen to do is to ensure that people do use the buses as soon as they are able to do so, and we wouldn't want to turn people off using the buses because which would go against everything that we are trying to achieve. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Excellent timing. Can I move to the votes, please? If members wish to dissent, could they please show in the conversation bar? Thank you, members. That will be recorded as a unanimous vote. Moving on then to item 7D, Cabinet 13th of January 2021, minute number 287, the Dorset Heathlands Interim Air Quality Strategy. Can I call upon Councillor Broadhead to introduce the item, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mindful of the business we've got to get through tonight, I will be brief. Colleagues, this is a paper which is a short-term plan working in conjunction with Dorset Council to fix the issue that we've got on some of our heathlands. Natural England have objected to several major planning applications because of the airborne nitrogen and ammonia, which comes from multiple sources, both agriculture but mainly vehicle emissions, which is settling on some of our heathlands, enriching the soil and really throwing the ecology out of whack. Natural England aren't very happy with this. They've objected to a number of planning applications, which clearly is affecting the ability to get on, develop and meet our very stringent housing targets. So we're working with Dorset Council to come forward with a consolidated approach to try and tackle this in the short term. And I say short term because there seems to be some evidence from the experts here that the rapid uptake of electric vehicles in particular means that it seems very likely that within only a short period, certainly by 2030, perhaps even by 2025, that the vehicle emissions will have dropped significantly enough that it will have mitigated some of the damage. But in the meantime, we have to find an answer to this to make sure that we both protect our environment, tackle the ecological and climate change emergency, but also ensure that we have a consolidated approach to make sure that we don't stymie development in the area. So the recommendations before putting a strategy forward with Dorset Council and taking £562,500 of the community infrastructure levy to implement the strategy over that period. As I said, Mr. Chairman, not a long-term solution. I think that will be come in and of itself, but it seems a sensible one to work with our partners to address this ecological issue right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I believe Councillor Mike Green is seconding.
Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As Councillor Broadhead has pointed out, a great deal of this is caused by vehicles, and certainly that is something that we want to try to address within BCP, very much in line with national government guidelines. And I hope to be bringing forward measures over the next year which will promote the use of electric vehicles, which would mean that hopefully it will be even shorter term than it would have been left to its own devices. So with that, Chairman, I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I have a number of members indicating they wish to speak. Councillor Andy Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. The portfolio holder suggested that it was mainly vehicle emissions, but figure 1 says that it's 38% agriculture and 8% vehicles. So it's actually, there is a significant bit from agriculture. But in looking through the graphs, I was actually quite concerned that the main areas where this is a problem is Wimborne Road and Ashley Road in the heart of Poole, not on the urban fringe. If you look at the figure 4, which is the growth of car trips in Dorset, I went back to the source information, Department for Transport information, and break that out between the three prior authorities, or between the two current authorities. And the growth in Dorset between 1993 and 2019 is 42%. The growth in traffic in Poole is 23%. The growth in traffic in Bournemouth is 17%. And Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch, the new authority, which has obviously only been registered for a year, is 1/3 of the total. And yet we're bearing 2/3 of the total cost of this. So it seems to me that we as a council are being taken for a ride. I also object in the finance statement. It says the SIL funds are free money effectively to us because they're paid for by the developers. Well, they're not. They're paid for by the people who buy the properties, and there are opportunities that we potentially lose to do things in other ways. So, you know, I welcome effort to try and support our heathland, but I'd actually prefer the effort to go into the places where people live, the places where they're breathing, not least because in London there was now finally a death for a child which was attributed to road pollution. The other bit with electric cars, it will help a lot, I'm sure, but there are other particulates that are still coming from electric cars. Of course, they do nothing for congestion, so they're not the panacea that some seem to think they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Evans, please. Councillor LJ Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely welcome any plans to decrease air pollution for both the health implications and the effects on our environment. However, paragraph 11 on page 64 calls for reducing vehicle speeds next to Heathlands, specifically mentioning Gravel Hill and the 0338 by Herne. As far as I'm aware, there's no proof reducing vehicle speeds would decrease air pollution. And actually, vehicles are more efficient when maintaining a constant cruising speed of around 55 to 60 miles per hour. As road transport only accounts for 8% of the problem, as we've already heard, I'd like to suggest this recommendation was reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Mike Brooke, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. Picking up a little bit on Councillor Hadley's points, I'm more than happy to support this, but if you look at the graphs for bus journeys and for car use pre-COVID, we see that the bus journeys are decreasing and the number of car journeys continues to increase. And since one of the potential projects is for a modal shift, it does seem to me that there's got to be much greater emphasis on that than is currently being taken, because with more and more houses being developed, especially if they come in the northern part of the conurbation, what we're going to see is even more car journeys, and this problem will actually increase rather than decrease. So I think there's a lot more work needed here before we get on top of the problems. And certainly there's got to be more work done with the agricultural sector as well to deal with that. But I'm happy to support because it is a step in the right direction. But there is a big issue that needs to be tackled, and at the moment modal shift is not dealing with the crux of the issue.
Thank you, Councillor Mike Brooke. I don't appear to have any further speakers. Councillor Broadhead, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for the members for input. A mild suggestion, if I may, we have a number of different forums to raise a lot of these questions, and I politely suggest that leaving it until the very last opportunity is probably not going to give you the answers that you are looking for in detail, but I'll try my best to address the ones that we've had. Councillor Hadley has talked about where the developments are being very important. What I didn't bring out in the introduction, but what he would have heard of in other forums, is that what we're trying to address here is not the developments that are actually right next door to the Heathlands. It's an analysis that has been done about where the car journeys come from. So if a development is in a certain place and that leads to more car journeys, which puts pressure on a heathland for a main transport route, that is what we're actually trying to address. It's not necessarily just the ones that are adjacent to new development. It's where the quantum of the journeys are going which affect the heathland. And I appreciate his point that he makes around electric cars are not the panacea from a pollution point of view. They have other particulates, but of course what we are trying to address here is the airborne nitrogen and particularly that part with the vehicle emissions. And of course there are none of those from electric cars. Councillor Evans points out the correct point about efficiencies of cars, but of course efficiency is different from levels of pollution, and experts have put this together, and she may know more about pollution than me. I'm not quite sure she would know more than the experts, but a lot of work is being put into this. And finally, Councillor Brooks' point, I completely agree. This is not the full answer. We need a bigger strategy, and of course this is part of It is not bringing a strategy forward. This is actually assigning funds to create that strategy, along with Dorset Council and the aforementioned experts. So thank you very much for the questions, and I look forward to getting the support of full council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Members, I will now move to the vote. If members wish to dissent, could you please show in the conversation bar, please? Councillor Hadley. Councillor Ball. Chief Executive, can I ask if you've got those? We have an abstention from Councillor Farquhar.
I've noted 6 against, 1 to be recorded, and 1 abstention. 7 against. Okay.
Thank you, members. That vote will be recorded as a majority decision. Moving on then to item 7E. Licensing Committee, 4th February 2021, minute number 24. Taxi and private hire driver, vehicle and operator policies. Can I ask Councillor Jude Butt, please, to introduce the item? Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Local Government Structural Changes General Amendment Regulations 218 provides that the Licensing Authority has 24 months from the date of reorganisation, April 1st, 2019, to prepare and publish a statement of licensing policy for the new local government area. Drafting of taxi policies began in March 2020, with 3 taxi workshops held for taxi trade reps across BCP in June, July and August, with 3 member working parties held during the same period. On the 17th of September, the Licensing Committee received the first draft of the proposed policies. Amendments were made following discussions. Draft policies were then sent out for public consultation on the 1st of October for 4 weeks. This was delivered via the Council's website, Consultation Tracker, emails sent to all licensees. It was publicised on Twitter, Facebook and BCP Council channels. There were 69 direct responses. A detailed report of these was produced and made publicly available. Most inter alia related to the proposed vehicle policy regarding age at first licence and upper age limit, emissions and hackney carriage vehicle number quantity restrictions. Several letters from trade representatives and licence holders and 2 petitions were also received. Legal advice was provided by a taxi licensing expert relating particularly to hackney carriages. A final member working party was held this January to discuss the extensive feedback received in response to the taxi trade workshops and public consultation exercise. The February Licensing Committee meeting to consider all draft policies reheard 2 previously submitted petitions and received 4 public statements from trade reps across the 3 BCP zones. Members discussed each policy in detail with particular attention to issues which received most consultation responses, being age of vehicles, emissions, wheelchair access vehicles for new hackney carriage licences and hackney carriage taximeters, livery, numbers and zones. The ultimate aim over the 4-year life of the proposed vehicle policy is to remove all restrictions to create a single hackney carriage area for BCP to mirror the private hire area as created under this policy in fairness. Read that point, Mr. Chairman. A typographical error correction is noted at 16.6 of Hackney Carriage and Private Hire Policy, which should read, all restrictions on numbers of Hackney Carriage vehicle licences will be removed subject to the review of this policy in 2025. Members, following due process, discussions and consultations of relevant and interested parties, the final draft versions of the policies as amended, which received unanimous support from the licensee. So, Mr. Chairman, I so propose the recommendations as printed with the correction as stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Do you have a seconder?
I do indeed. Mr. Chairman, Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Councillor Julie Bagwell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I second this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bagwell. Right, I have two members wishing to speak at the moment. Councillor Vicky Slade, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call for this item to be postponed as previously requested to the Chair of Licensing. As you know, we've all been very heavily lobbied on this. There has been a protest, and I did ask the Chair of Licensing last week by email to issue a postponement so that we can have a member briefing. There is a lot of misunderstanding. There is a lot of complex information in here, and for the councillors to do their due diligence. No disrespect to the licensing committee, but this is a matter for full council, and all of us have a responsibility to be sure that we have understood what we're agreeing to do. It also doesn't take into account a number of matters that have come up since COVID, including our changes under the parking standards and a number of other items that have been raised, including dealing with illegal and unfair competition. So I would like to ask that we put this postponed, member briefing, and if necessary to actually have a meeting prior to the deadline so that we can ratify this at a separate time, with due time being given to all of the concerns that have been raised. I do have a second.
I was about to ask, is that a firm proposal, Councillor Slade? Thank you for confirmation of that. Councillor Chris Rigby, please. Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just to confirm that I'll be seconding Councillor Slade's proposal for postponement. Like Councillor Slade, I've also written to the Chair of Licensing last week, and I do extend my thanks for the work that Licensing have put into this, because I know it's been a long time coming as well, and for the Chair, Councillor Butt, when she did respond to my email, she has offered to answer questions this evening, but I don't think the 3 minutes in her summing up would be sufficient for the amount of questions which should be forthcoming on this. So I'd like to second the proposal to postpone this, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Can I ask, is there any debate with regard the proposal to defer this item? Councillor David Kelsey, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal for deferring this item is not required, Mr. Chairman. This has been a cross-party effort across a period of about 18 months to deal with this taxi licensing, starting from when you were chairman, Mr. Chairman, of the licensing committee. We started talking about it then. It has cross-party support. The working group was cross-party. We studied and looked at every aspect of this, and we have continued to do so. The majority of the comments that have been sent forward by taxi drivers, etc., of late are no different to the ones that we took into consideration when we were actually dealing with the working group matters. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I think if we start deferring this sort of decision, will we do the same for planning board when we don't like the outcome of something that the planning board says? It seems to me a little bit pointless in having a licensing committee if they're not going to be allowed to do this. All of the licensing meetings are recorded and all councillors have the chance to sit in on them, and all of the paperwork on these was published on the council's website, so everyone has had a full opportunity to read, study and take part in the consultation if necessary. I do believe, Mr. Chairman, that taking this deferment would be a complete waste of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Tony O'Neill, please. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. I started to receive emails from taxi drivers, albeit only in the last couple of weeks. However, I was concerned enough to investigate to ensure a reasonable process had been followed into what was going to be an emotive subject, as it concerned deregulation of the industry. I can say confidently that legal process has been followed. I can also say that all concerns were noted during the review, and many of the concerns expressed latterly were not different to those raised in the formal process. Trade representatives across 3 areas of BCP attended discussions, and I recognise that it was not possible to invite all trade members. The issue of white cabs was one area raised. It was suggested by the trade, albeit each of the 3 areas would have wished their own colours. BCP is one service sector, not 3. Following trade discussions, the outcome was widely publicised to the trade, and submissions followed. These were logged and noted. It would appear that a number of driver owners did not submit or missed the opportunity to do so, and therefore now feel aggrieved upon the realisation of individual impacts. The consultation process did commence in 2019 under the then licensing chairman, Councillor Flagg, and the current chair, Judes Butt, latterly inherited the chair and was mandated to finish the requirement to timescale. Having read many of the documents, I understand that there may be winners and losers within the proposed timescales. However, I also understand that many trade representatives and individuals had responded accordingly and were party to the formulation of the policy, and that this included the realisation of the full impact, not tomorrow as it could have been, but phased in until 2025. I am not for the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor David Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to, well, I don't disagree with the last two speakers. You know, I sit on licensing committee, but I would like to support the postponement of this to another night, primarily because, and certainly it was traditional in Poole, that you know the February council meeting is primarily to set the budget and the council tax for residents, and that makes it a long meeting with a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, amendments, etc., etc. So traditionally, we wouldn't normally look to be discussing and approving a very significant change to the council's policy, a very contentious and difficult one. You know, I sat on taxi licensing in Poole for 12 years, and the amalgamation of taxi policies across the three towns was always going to be difficult and always going to be contentious. And I'm just very surprised that it's been brought before us on the same night as the budget council meeting, because there's going to need to be a lot of discussion around this, questions and answers. There may be amendments. You know, we could be looking at deciding on residents' council taxes after midnight if we are discussing such a major policy decision on the same night as the budget. That's why, rather than wait till we have an immensely long meeting and in the early hours of the morning we'll be discussing council tax, I would rather we find an alternative night where we can, even if we had a one-item council meeting to discuss taxi policy and approve or, you know, amend the policy on one night. So I support the proposal to defer it. That doesn't mean that coming too late, we could still meet the regulations.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Leslie Dedman. Councillor Dedman, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm going to be voting for the deferment for the simple reason that I've had a huge amount of lobbying, as have other councillors, from Christchurch taxes, and I feel that we need to do it justice, as the previous speaker said, and I don't think that tonight is the night. I understand that the licensing committee have had a hard job to do. I was on licensing at the Borough Council. We had a whole different remit. As we know, we're trying to get three groups of taxi drivers, all of whom earn a very good living here, and hopefully will continue to do so. And I would commend Councillor Butt. She's actually given very good reasons for everything, but I would still prefer to discuss this on another night. So I'm going to vote for deferment for the sake of all the Christchurch taxi drivers who have made representations to me.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor George Farquhar. Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo the previous two speakers. I think because of the business which we have in front of us, it affects the entire population of the conurbation. I think to do justice to the necessary study and approval for this policy, it should be deferred, so I'll be supporting that. As we heard earlier, it's just an observation, and it would come out in a future debate, is that we've just approved the buses subsidy, but we find that our buses have got considerably less passengers due to COVID. My question is where are those passengers going? And if it's not into taxis, because it's not into modal shift, as we've discovered by the increase in car numbers tonight, then I think this requires further study to understand and also to do justice to the specific policy itself for something which will be in place for the next 4 years and will fundamentally change the way that taxis operate within the conurbation as a whole.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Beverley Dunlop, please. Councillor Dunlop.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm wittering away on mute. I'm hearing a lot of people saying that they don't understand all the issues and they want to get a greater understanding. The reason so many people don't understand is because you're not members of the licensing committee. I've never experienced a situation like this where the licensing committee is completely undermined. I've sat on the licensing committee for a number of years. I've dealt with a number of taxi policies. People on that committee are experienced and they know what they're doing. It's been through consultation. It's been through a proper process. Would we do the same thing as Councillor Kelsey said with planning? Should we go and now look at the planning board and suggest that their delegated authority is no longer valid? Licensing is a quasi-judicial process. The people on that committee have made the decision taking everything into account. And I have to say, I think Councillor Brown was actually involved in that decision. I'm assuming he did understand the timescales and what was happening. And I do think that this council needs to leave it to the experts, the experienced people, and those who've received the appropriate training. And they're the members of the licensing committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor May Haynes, please. Councillor Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of what I wanted to say has already been covered by the first two speakers, Councillor Kelsey and Councillor O'Neill. What I want to further say is that I'm not a member of the licensing committee, although it does come under my portfolio. So I took a great interest in this. I watched the licensing meetings where this particular policy was discussed. It was very well conducted. There were representations from the taxi trade. And as Councillor O'Neill has actually said, it wasn't possible to invite every single taxi driver. So those that actually said they wanted to speak, they were welcome to speak. And the chairman actually allowed them latitude to actually make full representations without a time limit. Everything was well considered, due process was followed. So I'm actually satisfied that everything that could be done was done. And not only was it done very, very thoroughly. So I see no need to actually defer this item because other members could have done the same. They could have followed the item as it went along the system, and they would have actually understood that it had been conducted very, very thoroughly, and therefore it is actually before us to be approved as it has been unanimously supported by the licensing committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Councillor Simon Ball, please. Councillor Ball. Councillor Ball, I can't hear you for some reason. Oh, I can hear that.
Oh, you can hear me now?
I can hear you now. Councillor Ball.
I don't know what that's about. Okay, that's lovely. Thank you. I will too be supporting deferment of this item. I appreciate that the licensing committee have done a very good job of it, but I have been trying to follow it through with all the emails I've been getting and looking at what people are saying and where that comes up in the licensing minutes and whatever. I'm concerned that there's accusations, true or not, I don't know, I can't tell, whether representatives have been excluded from the meeting from the Bournemouth Taxi Rank Association. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know how arbitrary the 15 extra taxis in each of Poole and Bournemouth is. The taxi review indicated that we did not need more taxis. So as I say, I'm finding it very hard to try and pinpoint exactly where things were done and what's the right thing. I'm aware that we are in an epidemic which has affected the taxi drivers' income, and we should be considering that as well. So I'd really like to support deferment, have a members briefing on this, and then be able to move forward from there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Richard Burton, please. Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chair. I am myself on licensing, and I would agree that we had a good debate on licensing and a lot of work was done, and we heard a lot of representations. I am, though, for deferral on this, and for two reasons. One is though I'm quite happy the committee understood what was going on here. All councillors have been asked to vote on this, and I do feel that this misunderstanding and which we need to clear up. I also have a unease of a feeling for the taxi drivers who are in a very difficult situation at the moment, and I do feel that we do need to do something to allay their fears and support them in this situation. So although I was on the meeting in the committee, I do support deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Please, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened to the conversation so far, and like Councillor Haynes, I'm not on licensing, but I do know members of the licensing committee. And I've talked to various members of the licensing committee to understand what was going on in this process and how the process is performing. And I think the chairman of the licensing committee has done an excellent job in progressing this through, and I will be supporting her and voting against the deferral.
Thank you. I don't have any further speakers at this point. Oh, here we go. Councillor Iyengar, please. Councillor Iyengar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting against deferring this item. I'm not a member of licensing committee, but as with everybody, I've read this thoroughly. I'm just on a point of principle, really. The first few speeches, all of them saying simply because I've been lobbied, and I'm rather worried about the principle full council is adopting here, which is because we lobbied, we'll defer, rather than actually we've assigned it to a committee, and the challenge to that committee being, have they followed due process, have they shown good judgment, have they considered all the angles, and have they made a sort of a recommendation with sound mind? And I think that is the basis on which this judgment here in full council should be made. From what I've read, I think that has been done at licensing. I'll be supporting going through with the substantive proposal here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor Diana Butler, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I feel this is a policy where all councillors have to vote. We're actually voting in something which is going to be for 5 years. It's affecting every taxi drivers' lives. This could actually put a lot of people out of business. Maybe some of the taxi drivers couldn't attend meetings because they were actually working. This is a really important thing, and I think that they deserve us to take notice of what they're saying. And I noticed that it's actually made up of 3 policies: the driver policy, the vehicle policy, and the operator policy. Now, most of the comments that have been sent to us recently have been to do with the vehicle policy. And if you look through it, a lot of the things that they're worried about are included in it. So I think that's a valid comment from these people. You know, I think we should give them due consideration on this.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Butt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find it remarkable in the first instance that 3 members of the licensing committee are now doubting their own decision, and especially Councillor George Farquhar, who actually sat on the working party to make full recommendation with regards to all 3 draft policies that it so be accepted, and he is now going back on that. This is very much a matter of there were 6 heads of point, which no matter who told us what they were, we got the points, all 6 of them. I don't know if people are aware, but we have over 1,000 drivers, 1,600 drivers. There is no way that we could get all 1,600 drivers in a room. We in fact have 123 private operators, so we couldn't get them all in a room either. What we did, and what the licensing officer did, you will remember this, Councillor Flagg, because this is what you set up in train, and it's worked excellently. 3 taxi working parties across the board from Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. People were chosen to represent the various areas, and those 2 areas are hackney carriage trade and private hire trade. It is not a case of each rank be supported or represented. We have over 35 ranks, and those are just the ones which occur on everyday basis. So we had a cross section of people from the hackney carriage trade and from the private hire trade.
Councillor Butt, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've been advised that you should not be speaking at this point. We should be going to
I'm so sorry. I thought I could sum up the substantive, the amendment.
Yes,
I was allowed to. I do apologise, Mr. Chairman. I thought that as I put the substantive, I was allowed to sum up the amendment.
Yes, I've just bear with me, Councillor, but I just want to take a further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful.
Right, members, hopefully I've got this right. I'm sorry, Councillor, but I shouldn't have allowed you to speak. The process, as I understand it, is that the amendment should be voted on, and that Councillor Vicky Slade will have an opportunity to sum up on the amendment. Once that's been voted on, then no, I'll pass you over to the Chief Executive.
Sorry, Chairman, just to be clear, if I've got this in the right order, at the end of the debate on the amendment, so we're debating the amendment at the moment. Well, is it not an amendment? Is it? Proposal to adjourn it. So at the end of that debate, Councillor Vicky Slade would summarise. Then Councillor Judy Butt would be allowed to come in at that point to summarise. Then you take the vote. But I'm just conscious that Tony Trent has still got his hand up. So I think if we allow Councillor Trent to speak on this matter, if there are no other contributions, then Councillor Slade summarises, then Councillor Butt, then we take that vote. If that passes, then of course it's deferred. If it fails, we then take the substantive motion.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Right, so could I call on Councillor Trent, please? Councillor Tony Trent.
Yeah, I'm somewhat perplexed as to why those who are against the adjournment are spending so long arguing against it, or is this an attempt to sort of talk out the substantive if the amendment is lost? Quite frankly, I would have thought they would have just got on and voted against it if that's what they want to do, giving more time for any discussion of the substantive. It seems there's a determination for people to be here after midnight.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Can I now, there are no further speakers, so I now call on Councillor Vicky Slade to sum up with the proposal for deferment. Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Chair. To sort of clarify the position on this, this isn't about undermining the licensing committee. This is about recognising the due diligence that us as the full members of BCP Council have in taking this decision. It's not comparable to undermining a decision of planning committee. This is not something that can be decided by licensing committee, otherwise it would not be with full council. This would be like saying, here is the local plan, but no, you can't have a members briefing on it. This administration has talked a lot about consultation and about listening to members and making sure that we all understand and that we are listening to our residents. The fact that we've had a lot of lobbying from this trade does not mean that we're going to bow down to lobbying, but it means that we are listening to the concerns that they have, which we may not have fully understood if we were not regular correspondence with the taxi trade. So my request has been purely not to trash this policy, but to actually create the space so that we can have a members briefing, so that we can ask those questions, understand the issues, be able to go back to all of our residents who have expressed the concerns around it, and actually make sure that the issues which have come up through COVID and through subsequent things like the new parking supplementary planning document, which is going to substantially change how our town centres look in terms of mobility hubs and taxi ranks and things like that, and our tourism, are actually fully considered. I can't be sure of that because they're not clear in the paper. There are things that are not in the paper because the paper was started very early, and my simple request is for a members briefing. I'm disappointed that Councillor Butt didn't actually even respond to my request, even though it was a week ago. Rather than dropping it today, I asked in advance for that, and I think that the courtesy would have been to actually have a conversation and try even to arrange something for today or yesterday so that we could actually have a chat about it in advance. But unfortunately, that wasn't forthcoming. Simply asking for a deferral so that we can understand it fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Jude Butt, please. Councillor Butt, are you with us, or has your technology given up on you?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, she appears to have frozen on the screen.
Yes. Right. I think I'll just pause for a moment and speak to our technical bods here. You're back with us, Councillor Butt.
I'm sorry,
yes,
Mr. Chairman. I heard very little of that. I think I don't know who dropped out. I certainly dropped out, as did other people, I believe. I cannot comment on the last comments made because I didn't hear them, so I'll just have to satisfy myself with what I did hear. May I sum up now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, Councillor Butt.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Firstly, in answer to Councillor Slade, I did respond to her request and I gave her a complete and utter breakdown of the full process of due diligence and due process and exactly what we had done with whom. So she has had a response from me, as did Councillor Rigby, who did identify with that. I'm afraid that Councillor Vicky Slade is inherently wrong. It is absolutely about undermining the licensing committee. The licensing committee are required by council to investigate and create and decide upon draft policies to bring to full council for ratification. There are opportunities for any member who wishes to better verse themselves with all the issues that are going on within licensing and these policies to find that out. There was a full public consultation. They are members of the public. They were actually sent the consultation in its entirety. It was available to all members and all members of the public. I'm afraid that matters such as Councillor Vicky Slade has raised with regard to COVID, parking, supplement planning documents, supplementary documents, taxi ranks and tourism is not within the remit of the licensing authority to make decisions upon. We have a tight remit and we must keep to it. Therefore, I would just like to assure those members who do feel that the licensing committee has done the job of which they are versed to do by this council, that everything has been done. I'm extremely disappointed that actually members of the licensing committee now decide that they didn't do the job they were required to do and ergo are now asking for deferment. Therefore, without further ado, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say that I will not be supporting the deferment. It is not necessary, and it does the taxi trade no favours to actually buy into this issue to see if the arm of the licensing authority can be bent. It cannot. We have done everything thoroughly, and I stand by that decision of the licensing committee brought forward to this council for ratification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. I will now hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So, councillors, you're being asked to vote on the proposal to defer the item. So if you're in favour of deferral, please vote for. If you are against deferral, please vote against. The other option is to abstain. I'll once again read councillors' names in alphabetical order by surname and ask for your vote if I can. So starting with Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against deferral.
Councillor Lewis Allison. For. Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against deferral.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against the deferral.
Thank you. Councillor Marcus Andrews. Thank you. Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. So Councillor Derek Borthwick.
Against.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Norman Decent.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earle.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg.
Abstain.
Councillor Nick Geary.
For.
Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
Abstain.
Councillor May Haynes. Thank you. I took that as against. Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Marion Lepedvin.
For.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
For.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pete Miles.
For.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
For.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
For.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
Councillor Roberto Rocco.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Tony Trent.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
For.
Thank you, members. I'll pass that vote to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The result of the vote is as follows: 31 for, 41 against, and 2 abstentions. So therefore, that proposal is lost. We now can I ask if there is any debate re the substantive motion on the table this evening regarding item 7E, taxi and private hire driver vehicle and operator policies. Are there any further speakers on these policies, please? Councillor LJ Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I've many concerns about this item and I really wish it had been deferred for further work. I'd like to go through these in the order they're written. Section 8, paragraph 10, part 4, the fit and proper person test on page 103. I am shocked at the use of depression as a disqualifier. 1 in 4 people suffer mental illness. By listing this here, we risk stigma, which delays people from seeking help. Only DVLA exclusions should be used, such as severe depression with psychosis. Section 15.2, the driver's dress code on page 109. Apparently not even dresses are permitted. However, I'm more concerned that this paragraph could be considered discriminatory, as no allowance of non-Western forms of dress, such as shalwar kameez, saris, abayas, etc., are allowed. It should be up to an individual to decide on an appropriate appearance, whilst permitting manual handling, sitting for long periods, and facilitating getting up and moving when not driving to prevent medical conditions. Section 16 on page 148. We've been shown that there's no unmet need, so I can't understand why we're proposing to release up to 150 more licences in the next 5 years. Section 17, livery, on page 149. I agree that white is a standard car vehicle colour, but I suggest that we could have different coloured stripes and decals for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, whilst there are licensing zones, so there is absolutely no confusion between the different taxis. And finally, and most importantly, there's no mention anywhere of the need for compliance with COVID legislation. I'd be very interested to hear the Chair's replies to these. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. I don't appear to have any further speakers. Councillor David Brown, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just having listened to the points made during the discussion whether to defer this, and I was supporting the deferral because I do have some concerns about some of the elements of this policy, some of which have been just brought up by my colleague. I sat on the licensing committee of many years taxi licensing experience when I was in Poole, over 12 years, and I agree with most of these new policies, and the work of the working party has been extensive and there's a lot of work that's gone into this. However, on the day of the licensing committee a few weeks ago, I asked a number of questions at that meeting and sort of probed a number of points that were made. And whilst I was satisfied with most answers, some did give me some cause for concern just about the robustness of the recommendations that were being put through. And while I didn't vote against the policies on the night, I have reflected on some of those answers that were provided, primarily around the deregulation points and the release of 15 additional licence plates in Bournemouth and Poole per year each year over the next 5 years. Myself and others questioned this, and we were told in no uncertain terms that those numbers of 15 new plates were an arbitrary figure. There was no science behind them. It was pretty much finger in the air. We have to come up with a figure. Let's go for 15 in Bournemouth, 15 in Poole. The effect of that is, we've currently got 249 plates in Bournemouth, so you add 15 a year. There's only 89 in Poole, so 15 a year has a much bigger impact on the Poole trade than it does in Bournemouth.
could have been a percentage rather than an absolute number in Bournemouth and Poole. And it was just that sort of answer particularly which gave me cause for concern, and listening and reflecting to the points of the taxi trade. I would like to propose an amendment. While I agree that the long-term deregulation of taxi licences in Bournemouth and Poole is recommended as the way forward, this needs to be really carefully managed to avoid causing unacceptable damage and turmoil in our local taxi trade, and to manage the detrimental impact that this could have on our current taxi drivers in Bournemouth and Poole, particularly in light of the impact on their business due to the pandemic. I don't feel it's exactly the right time to bring in this deregulation on the 1st of April, right on top of the damaging effect on their business from the pandemic. So therefore, I think they should be given time to plan and adjust to the deregulation. So therefore, in the my amended recommendation is in Hackney Carriage and Private Hire Vehicle Policy 2021 to 2025, Chapter 16, paragraph 16.3, reads there will be up to 15 new Hackney carriage vehicle licences released each year in each of the Bournemouth and Poole zones for wheelchair accessible vehicles only. These licences will be released on the 1st of April each year. I would just like to add to that, commencing 1st April 2022, to give a 12 months planning period for the taxi trade.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. That's your 3 minutes.
Just those words, commencing 1st April 2022.
Councillor Mark Robson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Do you want to follow that one up with a statement, though, before I come in?
I believe
Thank you, Councillor Robson. Councillor Brown, did you have a seconder for?
Yeah, I believe
Councillor
Burton.
Councillor Burton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to second that amendment. I would like to make it clear that, yes, I was part of licensing, and I don't actually doubt my decision on the day in licensing, but I do feel that it is fair to give the taxi drivers some chance to recover and prepare for this. So I'm happy to second this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Members, if you just bear with.
Is anybody there, or have I frozen?
We're here, Anne.
Good.
Members, I've been advised that we have to debate the amendment that's on the table. And furthermore, if there are any further amendments brought regarding this item, they also will have to be debated. So my first question is, are there any further amendments that members wish to put forward? And I've been advised that this is an amendment on the policy and not an amendment on the proposal that's with us this evening. The proposal this evening is to adopt the policy. So therefore, any amendments that are put forward, we would then have to vote on the policy with those amendments. So first of all, can I ask, are there members wishing to debate any further amendments to the policy this evening?
Chair.
Councillor Slade, please.
Yeah, the only reason I'm speaking at this point is because I was one of the reasons I wanted to defer was because some of the issues that have come up from Councillor Evans and now Councillor Brown are relevant. The issues brought up by Councillor Evans in terms of things like dress code and recognising other cultural arrangements. You know, I don't know whether Councillor Evans wants to formally ask for that to be included, or how we can address those issues, whether it is with a commitment from the chair to bring those back, or whether we are now excluded by taking this policy for 5 years of reviewing any of those matters, something which I can't answer because I've not had the beauty of a member's briefing to do so. So I wonder if someone could clarify whether those things would require an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. I will defer to our technical officers, please, for a response. Chief Executive or Susan? Members, I understand that Kelly and Nananka are with us this evening. Would either of you be kind enough to give us some guidance and advice, please?
Good evening,
Hi.
members. Sorry, could I ask Nananka to come in on the point regarding the fit and proper person test and the depression issue that's been raised, please?
Thank you, Kelly. Nananka, please.
Hi. All drivers, as part of their licence conditions and at first application, are required to provide us with a medical certificate by their GP, and that is assessed via the DVLA guidance for Group 2 drivers, and that goes through each individual medical issue, and the depression is clearly defined within that guidance, and that is what we would use as part of the definition when assessing someone as a fit and proper person.
Thank you, Nananka. Kelly?
Flag. With regard to the point that's been raised with regard to the dress code, I think it would probably be appropriate that we do include a definition which allows us to take account of suitable adaptations made to the dress code to address any implications of protected characteristics. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
So does that mean we need to put an amendment forward to that, or to the effect that the dress code does not?
Sorry, Councillor Slade, I just want to ask a question of Kelly or Nananka again. I'm being asked the question, are we able to move this forward this evening with the policy being amended for any points that are raised this evening? Kelly or Nananka, please.
I think I would need to take advice of the monitoring officer regarding the correct process. My hope would be, though, that we could amend the policy to reflect that point regarding the dress code that I've just outlined.
Thank you, Kelly. Susan, are you able to help us move this forward?
Chairman, unfortunately, this is an area of licensing law that I'm not a specialist in, and licensing policy, and I would have hoped that my technical colleagues may have been able to assist us here. I should imagine that with any policy, it would be subject to review. I should imagine there would be an opportunity during the life of that policy to have a look at it again. But unfortunately, not being a licensing specialist, I can't absolutely say that that is the case. But I would hope that that would be something that could be done.
Just wondering, Chairman, whether we can build anything into the recommendation to enable that. One or two points that are being raised by councillors, which the licensing committee may want to take into account and make those amendments. The question is, can we make those during the life of the policy?
Chair, I believe Councillor Kelsey is looking to answer that question now. He just had more politeness than Councillor Slade, who talked before she was invited. So I believe Councillor Slade's waving.
Councillor Kelsey, if you'd be kind enough, please to assist if you can.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to point out that the life expectancy of any licensing policy is the 5-year period, but all licensing policies are under constant review and can be reviewed by the licensing committee at any time there is necessary to make an amendment. This is a standard practice, has been for the 13 years I've sat on the licensing board, Mr. Chairman. I think you also have come across the same things where we are able to make amendments to licensing policies and to the drinking policies and gambling policies at any time where the licensing committee feels it is necessary to do one. Therefore, if this policy were to be amended tonight with the slight amendments that we're going through or passed through as it stands, it can be amended at any time in the future, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for your help, David. Just
no problem, Chairman.
Just bear with me a moment. I'm going to speak to the officers with regards to a way forward here, because the key thing is we don't want to be here all night. Members, we clearly need to make headway on this. Councillor Butt, obviously there is a number of items that have been brought up in debate, and my question is, would you be happy to for members to vote on this item with amendments to be brought to the first full licensing committee, which I'm not sure of the date, but would you be happy with that? There are clearly points such as dress code and livery that could be dealt with at the next licensing committee in terms of amendments to the policy.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you can hear me, thank you for your question. With regard to livery, livery was in fact put forward by the taxi trade. They asked for white. So I can't see there being any point in that coming back for change when that's what the taxi trade have in fact asked for. With regard to COVID legislation, we can't provide for that. It's transitory. It's not within our remit. So it's not something which we could come back and just discuss anyway. With regard to the amendment from Councillor David Brown, I think he's asking for 30 licences to be set aside for the ensuing year. What about the 330 people who are waiting on the list for Hackney carriage licences? This is making an absolute nonsense of this policy, which has been a huge froth of work. It's completely correct in its application. Give the point that was raised by Councillor Mrs Evans, I'm grateful to her for it. There seems to be a small discrepancy with regard to dress code for females and with regards to non-Western form of dress. It's absolutely vital that that is placed in, and it should have actually come up within the ENA, but it was missed. So something like that, of course, could be included. But as to the other items, the unmet need, there was a reason for that. That was actually had to happen because we choose to keep our figures artificially set. Therefore, every 3 years, we're required by government to have an unmet needs survey. If we had no regulation with regard to number of taxis for Hackney carriage, we wouldn't need to have an unmet needs survey. And also, the unmet needs survey is only as good as when you drive off the forecourt. It's a survey as at that day. We were trying, I believed we were trying in the licensing committee, although I have some doubt now upon some of the members, but those of us who were I think with the programme, we're trying to future-proof with regard to the accessibility agenda and the disability agenda. It's not just people in wheelchairs who would use a wheelchair accessible vehicle, it's those who may have be blind and have a dog, or a mum with a pushchair, or we have a large obese population now. 65% of us in UK are overweight or obese. So there was a wider parameter we were trying to provide for. So the unmet needs survey is really something we have to see that we do have enough. It doesn't stop us from having more. So I think that some of these items which are being suggested to be put for back to the licensing committee are not relevant. Counts that Mrs. Randall has her hand up, and it may be, Mr. Chair, that you'd like to take advice from the professional officer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Nananka, please.
Sorry, I was frantically emailing as well during that. I've actually had Linda Cole, who's the legal consultant for the licensing committee, texting me, confirming that this is the time to make amendments now during this meeting before the policy is ratified, which is why Councillor Butt did make the slight amendment at the beginning when she mentioned her speech. Within all of the policies, under section, well, different numbers, but certainly with regard to the driver's policy under section 6 and 6.1, it does clearly say that the policy is a working document and the licensing authority reserves the right to alter and amend the policy and appropriate to correct measures inconsistency, clarify guidance, legislative changes, and issue a reversion at any time. So this can be done quite easily within this policy. It's only a significant changes that would then be implemented after formal consultation. So these sort of minor amendments that are being discussed now to an existing, or albeit currently draft policy, can be done at this point without the need to go back to full committee or go out for further consultation. So I hope that sort of maybe clarifies it a little bit.
My concern is that we've already taken up a lot of time on this issue. The motion was passed this evening, and members then could take amendments to the full licensing committee. So if it would be possible to vote on the recommendation plus amendments at the first meeting of the licensing committee, would that be a way forward? Right, I'm receiving nodding heads. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think what we've ascertained is that the suggestions coming forward are relatively minor and would be within the ambit of the licensing committee to agree as wording changes at the next meeting. Otherwise, we have to agree specific wording to go into the policies now, which doesn't feel like a good use of the full council's time. The principle I think that's being put forward is the policy as set out, and then allowing the licensing committee at its next meeting to review things like dress code, etc., as relatively minor changes that it can do without consultation. So my sense is we do have a way forward. We have one outstanding amendment proposed from Councillor Brown in terms of the timescale. But I think we're reaching agreement that we can agree the wording. We may want to put words at the end of recommendation A, if Councillor Butt wished to say be approved for adoption by full council with consideration of minor wording changes by the licensing committee. But I don't think you need that wording because I think we're all agreeing that it has that ability to do that anyway.
Thank you, Chief Executive. So what we need to deal with then is Councillor Brown's proposal. Is that correct? Could you, Councillor Brown, would you be able to just remind me of your proposal, please?
Certainly, Chair. Yeah, my proposal was an amendment to paragraph 16.3 of the private hire, Hackney carriage and private hire vehicle policy, where it states there will be up to 15 new Hackney carriage vehicle licences released each year in each of the Bournemouth and Poole zones for wheelchair accessible vehicles only. These licences will be released on the 1st of April each year, and I wish to add the words commencing 1st of April 2022. This will have to be debated and discussed tonight because any delay to a licensing committee would negate it. You know, the plates will be offered on the 1st of April this year, so it would be too late to wait for a licensing committee to debate that.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. And your seconder was it Councillor Slade, was it?
Councillor Burton.
Councillor Burton, thank you. Right. Is there any debate on the amendment that's been put forward, proposed by Councillor Brown and seconded by Councillor Burton? I have a number of people who have had their hands raised in the sidebar, so I will just run through. Councillor Mark Robson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I've got comments for after this amendment's been voted on. I can comment after that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Borthwick.
Yes, Chair. I can't understand why all this conversation is going. The vote was taken, the vote was lost. That amendment should become the substantive motive, and we should have voted on that straight away. If we go on like this, you're allowing them to put up a defence one after another. They've got one too many in rate. We should be voting on the original as per the paperwork straight away, and then it would save all this argument, and then rightly it would then be discussed at the licensing committee for the smaller items. So if you'd have gone straight to the vote, we wouldn't be wasting half an hour.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Stephen,
can you ask the chairman? Can you ask somebody?
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick.
Oh.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm getting a bit nervous about this approach to making amendments to this very important policy. It almost seems to be on the hoof. We've already heard of some proposals where there's some adjustment needed for dress codes and things like that. I'd like to point out on paragraph 7.9, licence applications have 28 days to sign up to the DBS update service. Well, on paragraph 9.5, it says it should be 30 days. So I've picked up an anomaly straight away there. You know, there are 3 members of the licensing committee that have got concerns. I've got concerns now. So I will not be supporting the main thing. And I'm not sure I can support this amendment either because I don't really understand what all the implications might be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor and.
Thank you. As a new member on licensing, I was listening very carefully to the conversation, and I recognise the huge amount of work that went in from the subcommittee. and from the taxi trade and people who are worried about their livelihoods changing. And I think, you know, we've taken earlier on, we talked about the buses and the efforts we're putting to support the buses through this difficult time. And I do think there is merit in saying that actually we do need to look to implement this in a year's time rather than now, given that the taxi trade have been on their knees. So I am minded to support the amendment. The other thing that's interesting is that we did ask in the meeting how many were on the waiting list, and we didn't get that figure. So 330 is a lot of people who want to join the taxi trade locally. And as Councillor Brown pointed out, the 89 taxis in pool, an addition of 15 is 17% per year addition to the numbers on those taxi ranks. And with the knowledge of that waiting list, I am minded to be concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Tony Trent, please.
Thank you, Chair. I totally disagree with Councillor Borthwick's point. The first amendment was for deferment. That was lost, so the item has to be discussed. And I believe that Councillor Brown's amendment is substantive. And it's actually, when you think about the what we agreed to earlier on regarding the bus company, I think we need to be equally as concerned about the taxi trade, because many of the people who are driving taxis have to get back into the swing of things. That, you know, they would have lost a lot of business and a lot of income over the last year or so. And I think actually Councillor Brown's amendment is actually basically giving a level playing field for the taxi trade, and it's only talking about deferring the first 12 months, and by then you know, things might be a little bit more settled. So so I disagree with Councillor Borthwick's assertion, and I do think we need to vote on and hopefully support Councillor Brown's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. I have no further speakers at this point. Can I go to Councillor Judy Butt? Did you want to comment on the proposal that's on the table, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will.
Oh, sorry.
I won't.
Apologies, Councillor Butt. It's becoming a long evening. Councillor Brown, I've been advised that you need to sum up on your proposal before Councillor Butt replies. Councillor David Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I feel it is going to be a long evening. Yeah, just thank you to the colleagues that have spoken there in support of my proposal. In effect, as I said, it's a fairly, very small proposal to change the policy, but I think it will mean a lot to the taxi trade, and it will really show that we're listening and that we're responding to the impact on their businesses of the pandemic. You know, they are all small businesses. There's hundreds of these small businesses, and they need to be supported. They're on their knees. They need time to recover. And with deregulation commencing, you know, in a matter of weeks before everything opens up, then that's going to move them for 6. And I think we just need to allow them some breathing space to recover, to plan for the sort of commencement of the deregulation. We need to allow them another 12 months, so to commence those deregulation and the new plates in April 2022. Simple amendment, but I think it will have a big impact for our current taxi trade.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Jude Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree with the putter of the amendment, and I will explain why. The restriction of Hackney carriage numbers in Bournemouth and Poole has been in place for a number of years. The Department of Transport Best Practice Guide document for taxi and private hire licences states most local licensing authorities do not impose quantitative restrictions. The department regards that is the best practice. Where restrictions are imposed, the department would urge that the matter should be regularly considered. The department further urges that the issue to be addressed first in each reconsider is whether the restrictions should continue at all. In most cases where quantity restrictions are imposed, vehicle licence plates command a premium, and this is the case here, often tens of thousands of pounds. This indicates that there are people who want to enter the taxi market and provide a service to the public, but who are being prevented from doing so by the quantity restrictions. This is impossible to justify. Within the Bournemouth area in particular, those wishing to obtain a hackney carriage licence can pay up to £70,000 when a new vehicle licence only costs a few hundred. We have waiting lists in Bournemouth and Poole, some 330 consultation. A number of requests have been received to be added onto the waiting lists, which demonstrates that there are people who want to enter the taxi market who are currently prevented by our current policy provision. Those people who hold the 249 licences in Bournemouth and 89 in Poole want to maintain the status quo quite understandably, which keeps the current value to hackney carriage vehicle licence at an inflated level. Therefore, I cannot support this. The government do not support it. There's little point in delaying for another year when we're giving a 4-year lead in time for these individuals to make arrangements for themselves and for those people who do want a hackney carriage licence to be able to apply for it accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. I will now hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote with regards to the amendment put forward by Councillor Brown and seconded by Councillor Burton. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So, councillors, I'm asking you to vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor David Brown. If you are in favour of the amendment, please vote for. If you are against the amendment, please vote against. The alternative is to abstain. So once again, in alphabetical order, Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against.
Councillor Lewis Allison. For. Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Abstain.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
Against.
Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Against.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop. Thank you. Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Norman Decent.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Abstain.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earl.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Abstain, and I'd like my vote recorded, please.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg.
Abstain.
Councillor Nick Geary. So Councillor Nick Geary.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Marion Lepedvin.
For.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles.
For.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
For.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
For.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberto Rocco.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Tony Trent.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
For.
Thank you, councillors. So I'll pass that vote to the chairman. Thank you.
Members, the result of the vote is 26 votes for, 41 votes against, and 7 abstentions. We now move to the substantive motion. Just bear with me, members. We have a point of order raised by Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. May I speak to that?
Yes, please. Councillor Green.
Chairman, conscious of the time, the discussion that's already taken place and the issues still to be resolved, I'd like to look at procedure rule number 9, please. Motions to move without notice and request that item 13, the question, be now put on the substantive motion. Whether the Chair of Licensing might wish to make any amendments, I still think we should go straight to the vote, please.
Chairman, Councillor Haynes, very happy to second Councillor Nicol Green's proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Thank you, Councillor Haynes. I've also got a point of order raised by Councillor LJ Evans. Councillor Evans, please.
Thank you, Councillor Flagg. I just wanted to ask the monitoring officer to clarify if it's legal for us to vote on a motion that is currently discriminating against people with protected characteristics.
Could I call upon Susan, please, to answer the question?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Evans, I can't give legal advice on that point at this meeting at this juncture at the moment, but we have had assurances from the Equalities Officer and legal experts that the obligations under the Equalities Act have all been complied with in the consideration of this licensing policy. So that's the only contribution I can make to the meeting at the moment, that we are satisfied that those considerations have been taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I trust that answers your question, Councillor Evans. Moving back then to the point of order raised by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor May Haynes. My understanding is we now have to vote on whether the question now be put. So once again, I will hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote.
I just wondered, Chairman, if it's worth just indications as to whether anybody is voting against that in the chat bar, because if nobody votes against it, then it would be.
Didn't Councillor Robson indicate his request to speak well in advance of the point of order? Does he not still have a right to speak?
No, I think that's a legacy hand. I think you'll find.
No,
Councillor
he said he
Slade.
wanted to speak after the vote. He asked to speak on the
Yeah,
substantive.
my understanding is a point of order takes precedence.
But he'd actually put his hand up, and you said you'd only take a discussion on the amendment, and he wanted to speak on the substantive. So surely he'd already indicated a request to speak about 15 minutes ago.
Yep.
Right. Councillor Slade, the guidance I've been given is that we are currently on the correct route. A point of order has been raised, which takes precedence over the debate. So we now have to take the vote on the point of order which has been raised by Councillor Nicola Green and seconded by Councillor May Haynes, and that is that the question now be put. So I'll now hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote. Can I just check, are there any members wishing to vote against this?
Mr. Chairman, could I just intercede for one moment? Please excuse my rudeness. I'm just mindful that we include the amendment at 3 with regard to the correction that I asked for in my first submission. I'm sure you have it noted, but just to be sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt.
So far, Chairman, I have one indication from Councillor Tony Trent that he would vote against.
I would vote.
Okay, well, I'll take it to the vote. I'll take it to the vote. That's going to be easier. Thank you, Chairman. So, members, I'm asking you to vote on the proposal that the vote now be put. If you are in favour that the debate be terminated and the vote now be put, please vote for. If you wish to, please vote against. So, Councillor Allen.
For going to the vote, please.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis Allison.
Against.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
For, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Philip Broadhead.
For.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
For.
Councillor David Brown.
Against.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Against.
Councillor Richard Burton.
Against.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Abstain.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Cox.
Against.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Norman Decent.
For.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Against.
Councillor Brian Dion. So, Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bobby Dove.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Millie Earl.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
For.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Against.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer.
For.
Councillor David Flagg.
Against.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
For.
Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
Against.
Councillor May Haynes.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
For.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
For.
Councillor David Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marion Le Pedvin.
Against.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
Against.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
For.
Councillor Pete Miles.
Against.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
Against.
Councillor Lisa Northover,
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill,
For.
Councillor Susan Phillips,
For.
Councillor Margaret Phipps,
Against.
Councillor Karen Rampton,
For.
Councillor Felicity Rice,
Against.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Robson,
Against.
Councillor Roberto Rocco,
For.
Councillor Vicky Slade,
Against.
Councillor Anne Stribley,
For.
Councillor Tony Trent,
Against.
Councillor Mike White,
For.
Councillor Lawrence Williams,
For.
and Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Against.
Thank you, councillors. I'll pass that vote to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The result of the vote is as follows. For 42 votes, against 31, and 1 abstention. So that vote is lost. Before we move to the vote on the substantive motion, I've been advised that Councillor Butt has the right of reply.
No. It's one.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Indeed, Councillor
Mr.
Butt.
Chairman, I'm so sorry, but my screen has decided to have a funny 5 minutes, and I've got absolutely nothing except voice. So thank you very much for allowing me to come back in quickly. I'm not going to deliberate any further, other than that we go straight to the recommendations A and B, and that we include the extra amendment at C. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. I will now pass over to the Chief Executive for the vote.
Thank you, Chair. And just to confirm, so there was I think a noise of horror and a comment. I think the chairman meant to say that the vote was carried on moving to the I think the vote was lost was the wrong phrase, but I think the intent was to move, and that's what we've indeed done.
Just checking you're all awake, members.
So this is the vote on the substantive motion as printed, plus the amendment from Councillor Butt. I will take the vote. If you're in favour, please vote for. Against it, please vote against. If not, the alternative is to abstain. Councillor Hazel Allen.
For.
Councillor Lewis. Councillor Mark Anderson.
For.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor John Beasley.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Philip Broadhead.
For.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
For.
Councillor David Brown.
Against.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Against.
Councillor Richard Burton.
Abstain.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Against. I'd like my vote recorded, please.
Okay, Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
For.
Councillor Mike Cox.
Against.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Norman Decent. Councillor Decent.
Sorry. For.
For, thank you. Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Against.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
For.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Millie Earle.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
For.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Against, and I would like my vote recorded, please.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer.
For.
Councillor David Flagg.
Abstain.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
For.
And Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
Abstain.
Councillor May Haynes.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall. Sorry, Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cheryl Johnson. Sorry.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones.
For.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
For.
Councillor David Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Bob Lawson.
For.
Councillor Marion Pedvin.
Against.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Against, and I'd like my vote recorded, please.
Yeah. Councillor Rachel Maidment.
Against.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
For.
Councillor Peter Miles.
Against.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
Against.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
For.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Against.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
For.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
Against.
Okay, Councillor Chris Rigby.
Against, and my vote recorded, please.
Okay, Councillor Mark Robson.
Against.
Councillor Roberto Rocco.
For.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
Against.
Councillor Anne Stribley. Sorry, Councillor Stribley is still on mute.
Sorry, somebody had muted me.
Sorry.
For.
Thanks. Councillor Tony Trent.
Against.
Councillor Mike White.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
For.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Against.
Thank you, councillors. I'll pass that vote to the chairman. Thank you.
Members, the vote is as follows. 41 votes for, 30 votes against, and 3 abstentions. So that motion is carried. Members, can I just say that we have item 7F and 7G, and after those 2 items, I'm going to suggest that we have a break. So moving forward then to item 7F. Cabinet 10th February 2021, minute 296, quarter 3 budget monitoring 2020-2021. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've seen this report before. It's obviously a regular report. Just a couple of highlights. The projection for 2021 outturn is a balanced budget. Service pressures have actually grown since the last update, but the overall position is improved as the government have announced a 3-year flexibility regarding the collection fund deficits. So I'm really pleased to be able to say that I'm asking Council to approve that £13.3 million is carried forward in earmarked financial resilience reserves for transformation, COVID-19 and MTFP mitigation. We're also approving at Council this evening the capital vehement set out at para 110, Chair, and I look to Councillor Broadhead to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Yes, delighted to second. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Is there any debate, members? No, in which case then no to the vote. Is there any dissension for item 7F? If you could please show in the conversation bar. We have one against. Councillor Butler. Thank you, members. That motion is carried. And moving on then to item 7G, Cabinet, the 10th of February 2021, minute number 300, Wessex Fields proposed land disposal. Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Again, mindful of the time, I will try and be brief. Council had previously approved the principle of selling part of the land at Wessex Fields to our partners, the University Hospitals Dorset NHS Foundation Trust, so that they could, with the Bournemouth University, bring forward their plans, which will be in collaboration with us for a really exciting Meditech research centre as part of our plans for a fantastic science park at the Wessex Fields development. That has been approved in principle. This paper is just asking us to approve the actual specifics of the element of the land that is being disposed of and sold to our partners there. There is information in the confidential appendix to the paper, which I would recommend again to colleagues not to discuss in public at this stage. But we have already approved the principle to sell it. This is just exactly the red outline of what we're selling and the terms attached to it. And I understand that Councillor Mellor will be seconding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Mellor, please.
Yes, Chair, happy to second and reserve the right to speak, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, is there any debate, please, for item 7G? Councillor Felicity Rice. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, thank you. It was just to say, it was more a point really, but I'm assuming that the council still wants to develop this land with sustainability at its core, such as building design, renewable energy, that type of thing. It was just to really emphasise that in order to attract sustainable world-class businesses to this area, then one of the first things that they will be looking at is how their staff are going to get there. And they will be able to see that, that there's already 11 lanes of traffic outside the hospital, that the Bournemouth Council previously had plans for a flyover, and that there's really obvious lacking in walking and cycling infrastructure. Just by looking at the satellite images, you wouldn't even need to visit the site. So it was just really to highlight that if you are still serious about making this into a world-class Meditech site, then thinking about cycling and walking infrastructure around the site over and above a flyover would probably be quite sensible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Are there any further speakers? Councillor LJ Evans. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if this can be discussed in public if it's relating to the sale prices.
Let me just check with the monitoring officer. Councillor Evans, if you wished to discuss the financial aspect of this item, we would need to go into exempt to discuss it.
Yes, please.
So we need a proposal from the floor. So, Councillor Evans.
Yes, I'd like to propose if someone second, please.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Farquhar?
Yes, I'm happy to second.
Thank you, councillors. It's been proposed and seconded that we move into exempt session. I will move to the vote.
I think, Chairman, if we're going to discuss the confidential items, we have to move into exempt session. So I'm not sure we take a vote on that. It's your prerogative, I think. We have a position where we have an exempt paper, if members wish to discuss that, we have to do it in private confidential session, as I understand it.
Right, I think we should go to the vote. So if members could...
Chairman, can I just check with the monitoring officer? If we have a vote on whether we go into exempt and the vote goes against going to exempt, then how does that leave councillors able to take part in that decision if they aren't able to question what's in the exempt session? Yeah. Sorry, Councillor, we're just checking the procedure for that.
Okay, members, we will now move into exempt session, and I'll wait for Max to tell us once the live streaming has... Thank you very much, members. We're now back in public session, and can I call upon Councillor Broadhead, please, to sum up. Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to colleagues for the debate. I did say this earlier on in the what is turning out to be a very long meeting this evening, but we do have ample opportunities to ask minor questions about these schemes in various forums, and I would urge my respectfully my colleagues in future, if they have such grave concerns about minor things, doing it on the budget setting evening might save us all a little bit of time in the future. We've discussed in private settings some things around the price of the development, and hopefully we've now got assurance there. With regards to the earlier point that Councillor Rice made, I do fully agree with her about putting sustainability at the core of everything we do. And interestingly, in looking through old records, I actually found one of the very first meetings we had with a number of partners, including the CCG, the hospitals, universities, probably around 2 or 3 years ago, when this was in its very, very early stages. And one of the very first things that we all agreed in that round table was that sustainability should be at the core of this development. If we are going to have a Meditech science facility, of course we want to ensure that people can get there in a sustainable way. However, I would disagree with Councillor Rice. It is not a binary choice. We clearly have congestion issues in this area. We clearly can do both. We can create new developments with sustainable travel, whilst also not punishing the car users in the process. We've gone off track. This is a very simple a piece to bring before council, which is just the red line of which part we are selling to the hospital, having previously approved the principle of it. So I will now close there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I will now move to the vote. If there is any dissent, would members be kind enough to just quickly show in the conversation bar? Thank you, members. I will hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillors, you're being asked to vote on the item 7G as proposed on the agenda, as proposed by Councillor Broadhead. If you're in favour of that, please vote for. If you're against, and the alternative is to abstain. Once again, Councillor Hazel Allen.
For.
Councillor Lewis Allison. Sorry, Councillor Allison, I didn't catch that.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Mark Anderson.
For.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Philip Broadhead.
For.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Abstain.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
For.
Councillor David Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Abstain.
Councillor Richard Burton.
Abstain.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Abstain.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt. Sorry, Councillor Judy Butt. Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Butt. Councillor Eddie Coop.
For.
Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Norman Decent.
For.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Abstain.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
For.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Millie Earl.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
For.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Against, and I would like my vote recorded, please.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer.
For.
Councillor David Flagg.
Abstain.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike Green.
For.
Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor May Haynes.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Not participating because of interest.
Yes, do apologise. Councillor Mark Howell.
Abstain.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones.
For.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
For.
Councillor David Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
For.
Councillor Pete Miles.
Abstain.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
Abstain.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
For.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Abstain.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
For.
Councillor Felicity Rice, sorry.
Against.
Nearly gave you 2 votes, Councillor Rampton, sorry. Councillor Rice, you were against. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Rigby.
Abstain.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberto Rocco.
For.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
Abstain.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
For.
Councillor Tony Trent.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike White.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
For.
Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Abstain.
Thank you, councillors. I'll pass the record of that vote to the chairman. Thank you.
System is playing. I did vote for. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Bart. I did put it in the chat bar. My system's just playing up. My apologies. Thank you.
Apologies, Councillor Bart. I've just been reminded that I was going to come back to you. Thank you.
No, not your fault at all. It's my system, but I voted for. Thank you, Mr. Farrett. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who said that?
Goodness sake.
Thank you, members. The result of the vote is as follows: for 44, against 6, and abstentions 23. So once again, that motion is carried. And I'm now going to break for 15 minutes, 10 minutes. We'll break for 10 minutes. So we'll be back at 25 past. Thank you. Welcome back, members. Before we move on to 7H, I would just like to say that the following recommendations from Cabinet meeting held on the 10th of February 2021 relate to the budget, and therefore members are reminded that under Regulation 2 of the Local Authorities Standing Orders England Amendment Regulations 2014, votes taken at key budget decision meetings must now be recorded in the minutes. I will therefore ask the Chief Executive to take a recorded vote on the following recommendations from the Cabinet on the 10th of February 2021 as they relate to key budget decisions. Item 7H, Cabinet 10th of February 2021, minute 301, dedicated schools grant, schools and early years formula 2021-2022. Can I call upon Councillor Nicola Green, please, to introduce the item? Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening again, members. This, as the Chairman has set out, is part of a suite of documents which form part of the budget. It's an interesting one because it is quite properly a council decision to be taken, but generally in every other sense the money isn't ours. This is money which is passported through to our school years funding through to the 16-year-olds. It's close to £300 million now, which goes through to all BCP schools. It has been very extensively consulted on. Members will be aware that the body who determine these figures is the Schools Forum, and that's made up primarily of school sector leaders, head teachers, governors, chairs, and so on, special schools. And therefore it's had very, very broad consultation before it comes to Cabinet. So I beg your pardon, before it comes to Council. It also went through the overview and scrutiny panel earlier this month, and I'm grateful to them for their attention, and of course to Cabinet last week. I am conscious of the time, Chairman, so I would always be very happy to talk about schools, but I suspect that we've had a number of opportunities to do so. So I would just like to formally move the recommendations and ask for Councillor White's support in sending them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Green.
You.
Yeah, very happy to second this, particularly as a member of Schools Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Members, is there any debate? No hands raised, in which case then I'll move to the vote. If members could show in the conversation bar if they beg pardon, yeah, caught out. It has to be a recorded vote, so therefore I will hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote.
Sure. Chairman, I was just wondering whether, if nobody indicates against, whether we could record all members present as voting in favour to save 5 minutes, but the monitoring officer is nodding, so if does anybody disagree with the recommendation? I'm not seeing anything coming through, so my proposal is that I record all councillors that are present as voting in favour of the recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Moving on then, 7I. Cabinet 10th of February 2021, minute 303, the housing revenue account budget setting for 2021 to 2022. Can I call upon Councillor Lawton, please?
Thank you, Chairman. The HRA budget sets out the proposals regarding the rents, service charges and other charges to tenants, as well as the expenditure plans for 2021 to 2022 within the HRA, which both serves both Bournemouth and Poole neighbourhoods. An increase in charges are in line with the national policy and good practice and legislation. There are several measures in place to help tenants with these charges, for example, housing benefit with staff available to provide help and support. The expenditure plan set out the budgets required to manage and maintain the existing stock, provide services to residents, as well as building new homes and completing major projects, detailing the borrowing as set out. 2020, as we're all aware, has been a challenging year because of the pandemic, but the impact on the HRA has not been as great as some of the other council services. There have been some reduction in services due to the national lockdowns, but most have continued to be provided in a different and safe way. And I'm pleased to tell full council that we are up to date with our maintenance programmes for boilers, gas and lifts, etc. The proposals are that rent will go up by CPI for September 2020 by 1%, with another 0.5% added to it. So the full rent increase will be 1.5% per property. The other major proposal is that garage rents will go up by 2%. I believe this is a good policy, a good paper, and I commend it to the council. Thank you, Chairman. And I think Councillor May Haynes will second it.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Councillor May Haynes, please. Councillor Haynes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm very happy to second the paper that has just been presented by Councillor Lawton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate, members? Councillor Diana Butler, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just wondering on point 3 about the garage rental charges. If it's put up, do you think maybe that this will create more on-street parking, which we suffer from already?
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Is there any further speakers? Councillor Tony Trent, please.
Yes, thank you. I was just curious about there are schemes such as the flats at Herbert Avenue that were approved back by the old Poole Borough Council in 2018. It gained planning permission well over a year ago, but nothing appears to have happened on site. And I'm wondering what is happening with these schemes, because I would have thought that there wouldn't have been anything to stop this homeless accommodation, or for those in, families in greatest urgent need. I can't see that there would have been anything to have stopped these going ahead over the last year, and I wonder whether anyone's got any explanation for that.
I don't appear to have any further speakers. So can I ask Councillor Lawton, would you be kind enough to sum up and maybe address the issues that have been raised, please?
Quickly, Councillor Butler has made the point about garages. Putting the rents up will it increase on-street parking? The short answer is it's highly unlikely. You tend to find that most of the garages tend to be lockups rather than people use them as garages. But that's what they pay the rent for, and if they use them for other purposes, it's difficult for us to control that. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear what Councillor Trent, what development he said. Could you repeat that, please, Councillor Trent?
It's a development for sort of intermediate accommodation for those in greatest need in Herbert Avenue. It got planning permission about a year ago, but I'm surprised that nothing seems to have happened on site.
I can't, thank you for that, Councillor Trent. I can't give you a quick answer on that, but I'll come back to you on that, because if it's gone through planning, obviously it's on its way, it's on its merry way, but I shall certainly find out for you. Thank you.
I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. If there's no further debate, we'll move to the vote. And once again, I'll hand over to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. Once again, I wonder if we can ask if anybody wishes to indicate voting against. And in the absence of any indications, I propose that I take the 74 votes of councillors present as in favour, and we'll record to that effect.
Thank you, Chief Executive.
Thank you. Yep.
Moving on then to item 7J, Cabinet 10th February 2021, minute number 297, 2021-22 budget and medium-term financial plan. Councillor Miller, I understand that you will move the recommendations and wish to make your budget statement. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Very delighted to propose this, as this is a budget about people. It's about hope and pride and ambition. It's about our big plan, and at the centre of that plan are the people of BCP. In setting this year's budget, my colleagues and I feel a heavy sense of responsibility. Our residents, families and friends are facing unprecedented challenges. Our children have been heavily impacted by the pandemic, both in terms of their education and their well-being, having their lives disrupted by successive lockdowns and facing increasingly compound anxieties. Our businesses are unable to trade. Our beautiful natural environment cannot be enjoyed to its fullest. Our streets are quiet, but our hospitals are full. However, while most of us are acting under instructions not to leave home, a heralded few of our population have continued to keep us safe, going well beyond the normal day job to protect the rest of us. The devotion and resilience of those who deliver our health and care services, including some councillors here tonight, is unmatched, and we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. I would also like to take this moment to acknowledge the outstanding contribution of the Chief Finance Officer and his team. Never has it been more important to provide support to our residents by ensuring that the resources available to the Council are allocated according to their needs. This budget sends a clear signal that when we say children's services are our greatest priority, we back it up. Not only is there £7.5 million for the improvement plan, which will deliver better services for children and families who need help more than most, but there is also an additional £1 million in a groundbreaking Children's COVID Recovery Fund, which targets those who need our support to help them get over the disruption of a year of stop-start education and a burden that will have fallen even more on disadvantaged children and families. From children to adults, we have prioritised the care and support of the elderly and adults with additional needs, making sure that health and social care services are timely, sustainable and person-centred. This record investment of a further £13 million demonstrates our commitment to residents who most need our support. And onto our businesses, which provide employment, training, skills, and which underpin the prosperity of our communities. Many have suffered over the lockdowns of the past year. The Council has mobilised at pace and have ensured that grants have been delivered across sectors to keep them afloat through closure. It is now the time for this Council to go above and beyond passporting the exceptional support from central government. This administration recognises that there is an economic imperative to intervene now to turbocharge our recovery, and we have a plan. We have a big plan. Our economic plan recognises the necessity to regenerate at pace and at scale. We will bring forward sustainable, long-term regeneration to deliver this conurbation as the world-class city region it has all of the natural attributes to be. We will also do this alongside our Green Community Municipal Bond, proving again that regeneration and environment are not the binary choices the Unity Alliance would have us believe. We can, we should, and we will do both. Our economic strategy also includes significant and long-term investment into culture and events, led by the summer-long festival Coast Live that we've all heard so clearly today is demanded by stakeholders across the board. It includes investment in our Pride agenda. We must deliver cleaner and safer streets to allow everyone to thrive. It includes our big plan with an unprecedented £50 million Futures Fund for the vital infrastructure our vision for a world-class place requires. Before we can move to vote on this budget that I am proudly proposing, we will need to address the amendment which was recently submitted. There are amendments tabled at the fringes of this budget, but I am glad that it materially agrees with our recent and dynamic shift in terms of the Council's financial strategy, our capital policy, use of capital receipts dispensation, and the refinancing of the transformation strategy. And once we've dealt with the amendment, we can look at the more substantive issues in the 63-page budget on which members from around the chamber have spent so much time. I am grateful to those involved in the budget reset paper, which we brought to this Council last June, to the many members who engaged in the budget cafe shortly before Christmas, and the recent overview and scrutiny in cabinet meetings earlier this month. Every budget is a long and iterative process, and I'm very grateful to those of you who have come on this journey we started in June last year. Our big plan sets out our administration's aims. Recovery is at its heart, and residents are at the heart of that recovery. We will move into the future bold, confident, ambitious. We will fight to protect jobs and ensure no one is left behind. People have not only faced heartbreak, but also the crushing anxiety over livelihoods and fear of financial hardship. We cannot leave some of our neighbours behind as a country slowly recovers. We cannot allow recovery to create a new wave of inequality as the damage to some businesses and jobs falls harder on some than others. All BCP councillors agreed council tax rates should be harmonised by this year, and I'm pleased to deliver it. So for the first time, all BCP council taxpayers will be paying an equal amount. While this has meant an uneven increase, we're keeping any increase as low as possible and one of the very lowest of any unitary authorities in the country. We also make a commitment clearly and loudly to keeping it as low as possible in the future. We will never forget that it isn't our money, it's yours. To councillors, the offer I made when I became leader remains. If you want to work with us, we will work with you. Where you seek only to oppose, we will still seek to explain and persuade you, but you will not hold us back from our vision. I started by speaking about responsibility and I return to it. We all share that responsibility to those whom we represent, and I seek your support in taking this budget forward. To our residents, I would also like to reinforce the commitment I made to you at the beginning of this administration. This is your budget and your needs and ambitions are at the heart of it. Chair, I proudly propose this budget to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Do you have a seconder, please?
I believe Councillor Philip Broadhead is seconding.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I reserve the right to use the remainder of Councillor Mellor's 10 minutes, which I think is about 4 minutes for later on in the debate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Members, it's been proposed and seconded. Any debate? Yes, Councillor Mike Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I move my amendment, if that's possible, at this point?
Do you have a seconder?
I do.
Indeed. Please address the council.
Thank you. Fellow councillors, I would like to propose a modest amendment to the budget, which is laid out before you. Before I do, however, I would also like to thank the officers who have put so much effort into its production and sets out very clearly the delicate financial position in which BCP finds itself. It's a substantial volume of work, and Adam Richards and his team should be highly commended for their diligence and accuracy. This budget is only possible due to the prudence of the previous administration and the key priorities which they set in train and which this budget has adopted and built on. In particular, I would like to highlight the harmonisation of the 3 council tax charge over 2 years rather than 7 years, the substantial investment in children's services, which is a final recognition that if we're here to do anything, it is to protect the most vulnerable in our society. The adoption of the Cultural Compact as essential to the long-term vibrancy of our communities, and the need for a regeneration team and a budget to manage the development of our towns in a sustainable way. However, like all things, there is always room for improvement. I have pleasure in setting out an amended budget which focuses BCP Council on the well-being of its residents and on a green recovery for our 3 towns. As we all know, BCP gets less government funding than most councils. We are particularly susceptible to changes in the behaviour of customers and consumers. When the pandemic hit last year, the only sensible and prudent thing to do was to suspend expenditure on political priorities in favour of retaining the ability to look after those most in need. It was absolutely incumbent on the BCP administration at the time to act quickly and decisively, to stop unnecessary spending and to apply to central government for help. The success of this strategy was clear from the reports of independent commentators, not least BCP's own auditors. It is against this background of prudent financial management that the administration is able to now implement implement the strategy set out by its predecessor and to promote its own priorities, to be fair. However, good public administration can only be delivered when its sources of revenue are secure and reliable. We would be failing in our duty as responsible representatives if we did not secure sustainable sources of funding when offered. The budget papers set out proposed increases in council tax and adult social care precepts this year and for the next 2 years. The percentage increases we are proposing are identical over that period. However, to secure our ability to draw down on the adult social care precept, to even the proposed increases over the next 2 years, and to provide funds to look after the most needy, we are proposing that 1% of the adult social care precept is taken this year as opposed to next year. This will secure 2.11 million of additional funding in this year, a year which is unprecedented in terms of the risks facing this council. It will even the increases, with pool residents facing 4% over 2 years rather than 3% this year and 5% next year. This is fair, it's prudent and it's responsible. To paraphrase Edmund Burke, it's not what someone tells us we may do, but what humanity, reason and justice tells us we ought to do. And in this year, of all years, we ought to secure part of this precept, not least to have the resources to care for those most in need. In particular, we would scrap any increase in fees and charges for adult social care clients in the current year. We would set up a £1 million fund to provide respite for carers for those living in isolation, and not forgetting the additional desperately needed help for those suffering from domestic abuse and those coping with the effects of long COVID. We would also provide 250,000 of additional funding for those children suffering from mental health problems as a direct result of the pandemic. This amendment is a responsible, prudent attempt to shift priorities to the most vulnerable, whilst recognising that the economic situation we all face in the years to come. The severe restrictions on foreign travel will, directly and indirectly, be making the fantastic facilities and weather we enjoy in BCP a mecca for all those British people desperate to get out and have a British seaside holiday. I fully appreciate the effort, ideas and enthusiasm which some members and officers have put into the Bounce Back Festival, but in our opinion, it won't be needed to attract anyone. They will descend in their droves. It will be poor value for money, and residents will not thank you for cramming more people onto our roads in our busiest periods. We can save £100,000 by staggering the recruitment of community safety officers and put quality and not quantity in the cornerstone of our recruitment. By deferring only 20% of the increase until next year, we will be able to properly control the quality of output in this year and save £100,000. We believe BCP should embrace the concept of a residence card. These are used up and down the country to give residents free parking for 1 hour and discounted parking thereafter. Free access to all waste facilities, access to libraries and museums, as well as even discounts at local shops. They are extremely popular where they are implemented. It will be a daily reminder of BCP Council working hard for its residents and its businesses. We would repurpose the investment into regeneration by targeting regeneration solely on environmentally sustainable initiatives to fulfil our commitment to tackling climate change, something we all voted for. And lastly, but by no means least, we would add £500,000 to unearmarked reserves to protect BCP further from the vagaries of the pandemic and government funding policy. As responsible custodians of our community, we must ensure that we have the sufficient reserves to manage the bounce back effectively and sustainably. The budget set out by the administration has many attractive commitments, which can only be welcomed if backed up by sustainable finance. A reformatted figure 3 clearly demonstrates the over-reliance on one-off receipts and the absence of sustainable additional revenues. The current budget is guilty of trying to please a faction which demands lower council tax at all costs. That policy leads to toilets being closed, inflation-busting charges to the most vulnerable, and underfunding of vital services. The amendments we seek are modest, they're honest, they're responsible, and they're prudent. It seeks to invest in the well-being of our residents, to provide a green recovery, as well as to secure and even out the sustainable income stream to pay for it. Thank you very much for listening.
Councillor Cox. Councillor Paul Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I second this budget amendment proposal as it addresses the failings of a substantive item, as Councillor Cox has clearly explained, supporting our residents and businesses. The Conservative government acknowledge the increased costs and demands on adult social care. Both the Conservative-led Dorset and Hampshire councils are taking the full 3% adult social care levy, recognising this. The need to support the most vulnerable residents and carers of all ages is vital. Mental health and well-being concerns have increased due to effects of isolation and limited social care contact in the last year. We all know someone who is suffering. It is decisive to take a 1% levy to provide immediate care support to those who need it now, rather than wait until next year, prioritising spending on core frontline services and freezing care charges. We do not want to be remembered for low tax when our residents' health and well-being care needs are high. Later this evening, a cross-party motion celebrates the invaluable care and support provided by residents, BCP Council and our partners. Together, we can make a positive difference to people's lives. Show your care. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. I will now open up to debate, and we are debating the alternative budget as proposed by Councillor Mike Cox and seconded by Councillor Paul Hilliard. Councillor Nigel Hedges, please.
Thank you, Chair. Fellow councillors, I've been trading for 47 years and was president of Bournemouth Chamber of Trade. I've received representations from influential trade bodies such as Wonky Table and Mr. Andy Lennox, and his words I'd like to share with you, and I concur with them. Mr. Lennox states, I note the new BCP budget has had an amendment tabled which would remove the BCP Bounce Back Fund, the Arts and Culture Fund and Regeneration Fund from the budget. These are three small but vital parts of the budget which the business community welcomed as the start of a new bold vision for the new BCP coastal region. We must invest in our town now for the future, regenerating the various areas that have been neglected, whilst also providing funding towards our arts and culture and the local events community who've been so hard hit during COVID-19. The Bounce Back Festival Fund was there to create animations across the town, utilising the talented artists and events community who have now not worked for the last 12 months. We'll give the town a new lease of life this summer and help many local artists indeed bounce back. The Bounce Back Festival, Coast with the Most, is there to take action across the conurbation with a series of animations and live events, free music, dance, arts, etc., displayed our most important tourist area and make it feel alive again. Therefore, removing this funding would be short-sighted. The Regeneration Fund for pool and seafront and various other places is also a vital part of the budget for levelling up and future-proofing our three towns under one BCP coastal region. It's incredibly important. We have a world-class selection of beaches and we need a world-class resort to go with it. We need to encourage growth in our towns to continue to develop and ensure that its local population get to live in one of the best areas of the UK. To do this, we need to take the next step. We need to be bold. We need to work at pace. We need to move forward together. The council should now, after everything this year, you move forward together. We support the unamended budget and feel BCP should now take the brave step to reimagine BCP and do it together. With a similar stance that I've heard from many other business organisations in BCP, to whom I fully agree. I cannot support the amendment and urge all councillors to reject it. I will be voting against the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hedges. Councillor Tony Trent, please. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst most of the budget that this is an amendment to is acceptable, it does have some dangers for the longer term. It's very short-termism, and one of the most short-term aspects of it is the splash the cash in 2021. Whatever we do locally, 2021 is going to be a busy year. It's a bit like having a show running for the next 8 months or something in a major theatre, being sold out, and then promoting people to buy tickets to it that will create queues outside but not actually fill any more seats. It's that kind of analogy, but the issue is that the help that is needed will be needed when this summer season dies down. It'll be needed in 2022 and 2023. I do have my doubts personally about the Air Festival going ahead in 2021, but it's not actually part of this consideration. But it's creating a super spreader event at the precise time that we should still be being careful. I hope that we can actually look a little bit more long term with this, and that we promote ideas in the future, and things like the resident discount card, which has been talked about, and I know we've had lots of internal discussions about the desirability of it. This is the perfect time to introduce something like that, or to develop something like that and introduce it as soon as possible, because that will give our local residents an input into what's going on. It'll give them a stake in what's going on. What we're doing at the moment is potentially drawing in crowds and holiday makers, and adding to the problems. We could have a last May situation all over again if we're not careful. So I support the amendment, even though I was a little bit uncertain about the 1% of the social thing. But I think overall, we do need to look after the people who are most immediately affected by it, and work on the basis that this is going to be a bumpy year, whatever we do, and that the help is going to be needed further down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Sandra Moore, please. Councillor Moore.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I would like to give my support to this amendment, and in particular the proposed further investment in children's services. The funds to improve children's services are very welcome and much needed. And I believe I speak for everyone in this council when I say we are ambitious for our children's services, and ambition has to be very high in order to make a difference. I believe children and young people in BCP need and deserve this extra investment. Families and young people are really struggling with their mental health, so additional funding towards the provision of mental health services for young people is very welcome and will show our young people they do matter. I would stress this will be in addition to the proposals in the main budget. There have certainly been many challenges for us all during this pandemic, both physical, mental and financial. But I am sad for those young people whose carefree youth is literally just slipping away. I'm worried about the students who are facing such uncertainty about their exams and their futures, their university places and their future careers. Our younger generations are facing some hard lessons in resilience, which I never had to learn. I believe our children, our young people and our struggling families both need and support and deserve all the additional help we can give them, which is why I will support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Nicola Green, please. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. When this amendment landed in my inbox late last week, I was taken back to the bad old days of British manufacturing, specifically to the concept of a Friday afternoon car. For those members, and I'm pleased to see there are many of them, too young to know of such a thing, I should explain that it was a description of a car put together late in the day by people whose hearts weren't really in it. Essentially a shoddy piece of work assembled by those with one eye on the job and one on the first pint in the dog and duck. Such cars were known to be constant sources of trouble. It therefore strikes me as fitting that this document was circulated to us last Friday afternoon. I find it similarly half-hearted, uncommitted, and, if passed, would cause its owner a lifetime of misery and disappointment. So how does it look after a weekend parked on the drive? Not great, frankly. Several experts have kicked the tyres, as witness the statements submitted by local industry leaders, and they found it wanting. Much as I would like simply to dismiss this amendment, I do need to take it seriously, and when I do, I find it disturbing. I've looked at the document for supporting detail, and there is none to back up the assertions. I wrote to the Chief Finance Officer for evidence of the credibility of the residence card detailing how delivery was expected to be. He could provide me with nothing. How entirely patronising to suggest that businesses who are clinging on by the combination of government grants and sheer determination will be able to sponsor a local scheme to give shoppers further benefits, driving shoppers, many of them. The businesses cannot pay their business rates, they can't pay their staff. To suggest that they can subsidise a resident scheme which looks to happier and more prosperous times is utterly tone deaf. To offer access to our residents to waste and recycling and libraries with this card is to borrow their watch to tell them the time. The other proposals are equally lacking in depth, credibility and deliverability. Once again, this is pick and mix budgeting. It doesn't speak to the hardship currently being faced by our residents. It doesn't speak to the need for jobs. Indeed, it drastically reduces the investment which will bring jobs into our area. The only increase which will resonate with our residents is that of an unnecessary 1% rise on their council tax. Where's the consultation with businesses? In his response to industry experts this morning, Councillor Cox has assured the hospitality industry that he knows better than the hospitality industry, and the events business that he knows better than the events business. It's a budget for the lucky few. Where does it address deprivation? Where does it address inequalities? Chairman, I thank Councillor Cox for bringing this paper to us, but I won't be taking a ride home in his car. I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Anne Stribley, please. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I too wish to speak against the amendment and have had representations from a number of people, and one in particular, Miss Susie Wheeler, who is a business owner and also is a member of or supports 15 other organisations in our conurbation. And she says, I'm a resident and business owner who is passionate about Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Organising events in our towns for the last 10 years, I'm aware of the positive impact events and culture have on the area. By generating revenue for our economy, the shops, travel sector, hotels, restaurants, etc. Adding activities and interests for our visitors, residents and students and senior citizens. Employing thousands of people. Increasing income for the local government in ground hire fees. My events alone pay over £30,000 a year to the council. Showcasing Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole as wonderful destinations to visit, live and work. Without events of arts and culture, BCP would be a much less vibrant place. So this is a plea to stop the cuts being proposed, proposed cuts being made to the budget allocated for the Bounce Back Fund and any investment for culture and regeneration. These amendments have been proposed by Liberal Democrats and Christchurch independent councillors. It's heartbreaking that this is even being considered and I would appreciate the opportunity to work with the said councillors to help them better understand the damage their proposals would cause. I'm also on the steering group of the South Coast Events Forum with over 250 members from the local events industry, a sector that needs the council to support it, not to try and destroy it. So please contact me if I can take this further, funding to help our towns thrive again. I have to say, I agree with every word that Ms Wheeler says, and I hope members will take them to serious consideration. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Mohan Iyengar, please. Councillor Iyengar.
Thank you very, very much, Chair. Good evening, members. The cultural inquiry back in summer of last year, which seems a hell of a long time ago, the inquiry was passed. Once again, credit from myself to the previous administration, Councillor Howell, who led that piece of work. It was led successfully through to the autumn of last year, and then I had the pleasure of taking it over as the incoming cabinet member. We put it through cabinet, we got approved in January, and since then I've had a number of very positive comments from many people brand new to me, right around BCP and indeed nationally, on this step that we have taken. So far, so good. I'll quote now the chairman, the chief executive rather, of the Arts Council for the UK, Darren Hendley. At the time, about a year ago, he said the local government reorganisation, that is BCP, presents a unique chance for culture to be put at the heart of this coastal region strategy and further develop its sense of place. We, the Arts Council, are proud to be supporting this long-term vision for the new unitary authority and look forward to seeing the recommendations made for the future prosperity of BCP. So from the CEO of the Arts Council, fantastic encouragement there for someone who we absolutely want to remain friends with. We have a long journey to embark on, members. The spend per capita in BCP, we spend about £6 of public money on the furtherance of arts, culture in the broadest sense. Manchester 3 times 80 at £19, Leeds 3 times that 18, Hull 3 times that 17, Bristol just under 3 times that, £16 per head. We are at £6 per head. Okay, and by the way, with culture, I'm not here talking about the highbrow. I'm talking about for all ages, all ranges, all pockets, all ethnicities as well. We're the 12th largest unitary, with the 56th largest spend for arts and culture spend. We don't redress this gap in one go. What we do is take inspiration from national figures who are now encouraging us along. We lift our ambitions and we step forward, taking us along with us. And with boldness. What we don't do is quit, and what we don't do is signal to others that we're not serious, that we never were serious, and that we're just going to give up when things get hard. Cultural Compact will drive our sense of place. It will drive our networks and organisations of talented people, of talented communities and cultural expression, and it will bring people wholeheartedly out of their doors, out of isolation, together, celebrating, being active, connecting with each other. It'll do many of the things that previous people have spoken about in a much, much more direct way. I've heard discouraging comments about the Festival Coast Live. We don't need it. We do need it. And please listen to those telling that to us from the outside. We do need it. Please, councillors, back this, lend your support to keep us driving forward, not to step back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor Chris Rigby, please. Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to support this amendment which has been put forward by Councillor Cox, and I want to thank Councillor Hedges and Councillor Stribley for reading out in full to lobbying letters which we've all received, as well as I think it was Councillor Budds earlier who said that we shouldn't be listening to people lobby us, but yeah, we've had 2 statements read out in full from them. And I want to address them as well. I feel for the hospitality sector. I feel for the restaurants, for the bars. A lot of BCP's income comes from the hospitality sector. And me, along with thousands of other people across the conurbation, cannot wait to get back into the pubs, to have that first pint, to get back into a restaurant and not have to cook food and wash more dishes and spend time with friends who we haven't seen for, in some cases, over a year now. And the people who really have been stuck at home are the people who've been caring for others, people who've been suffering with mental health issues, people who've had to shield, people who aren't able to leave their homes, and those who are looking after them. And that is why we need to support a budget which supports people who have had these problems and had to stay at home. We need to have compassion for the residents of our three towns. And this is what the budget amendment is trying to do. We're trying to deliver the money to support those who need it. Last year, we saw as soon as the sun started coming out, as soon as lockdown was lifted, people absolutely flooded to BCP. Nothing was open, and yet we couldn't move the people coming into this area. This year is not going to be any different, except we're going to have our hospitality venues open, and they're going to be welcoming people with open arms through their doors. This isn't the year where we need a festival to attract people to this area. The attraction of BCP is it's a beautiful place to live, it's a beautiful place to visit. That is why people want to come. Perhaps next year, when people are now looking to go abroad again, to travel further as restrictions are lifted even more, that's when we might need something to attract people and really bring people back down and show off what a vibrant place we can be and what we can do, support all the sectors down here. But this year, let's have some compassion. Let's support those people who have been on their own for 12 months. Let's welcome them back to society with all of us. Let's go and see our friends. Let's meet them out in the hospitality sectors. Let's use what's available to us in our conurbation, and let's use it in the way that we all want to and enjoy the time. Next year is the time to really try and bring people back here. This year is a time for us to enjoy it to its maximum ability and welcome those people who want to come and enjoy it for our beaches and for what we have to offer without extending it any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Mike White, please. Councillor White.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely cannot support this alternative budget on at least two fundamental grounds. Firstly, in terms of the proposals for youth services and mental health. This administration, our administration, has already committed additional funds this year for mental health in our schools. And we're currently in discussion with children, young people and other agencies on the best way forwards, particularly on mental health. We will be providing additional mental health workers in schools, and we're looking at the best way to support mental health needs for those that fall short of statutory intervention. So addressing mental health issues is an absolute priority for our administration. Looking at the budget, Councillor Mello has already commented that our total children's services revenue budget includes an extra 12 million over 3 years, plus an additional 1 million for COVID-related response, which also includes, of course, mental health. In addition, we're proposing a capital spend of 10 million on special educational needs. So our total committed additional spend is close to 25 million, which is a quite unprecedented investment in our children. Now, against this, the proposed 250k in the alternative budget has not, as far as I can establish, even been discussed with senior officers in children's services. And frankly, it looks like pure tokenism, particularly when you look at how this is funded, which brings me to my second point. My second point is that, speaking as a pool councillor, our budget, that's our administration's budget, proposes an increase by the minimum required to achieve long-term harmonisation across BCP. I cannot possibly support an increase above this, and most certainly not the massive 4.2% proposed in the alternative budget. But at least our residents can now see the Unity Alliance for what it is: tax and spend, and more tax and spend. Poor residents in particular will see they are just viewed by the Unity Alliance as a cash machine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Marianne Lepoidovin, please.
Thank you, Chair. As many of my colleagues have said, there's much that's good in this budget, due in large part to the current administration adopting many of the policies put in place last year by the Unity Alliance. and the sound financial position they inherited from us. But it could be even better, and that's what this amendment seeks to do. Other things. Our residents are the heart of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and our role as councillors should be to put them at the centre of our thinking. The communities which make up our three towns are diverse and unique. We know from last summer that people will flock here as soon as they're allowed to, or possibly even before, without the need for so-called festival, bounce back festival, festival of the coast, whatever. The money that is earmarked for that would be far better spent making resources available to directly benefit our communities, to help them develop and stage the many events which they missed so much last year, and to bring on new ones as well. This could be practical help as well as financial, but such things as waiving some of the fees and charges would be very welcome. During the few years last decade when there was an attempt to revive Poole Carnival, what was financially crippling was the amount we were expected to pay simply to use what we thought of as our open space for the day. And I find it ironic that at the same time as the administration is trying to bring even more tourists here, they're also having to put in extra measures to cope with the influx and the additional parking and so on. For years, it's been clear that adult social care has been chronically underfunded. So now that we have the chance to do something about it, the administration has chosen to not raise any extra funds until next year. Our modest proposal to put a 1% on council tax this year, rather than the 3% many Conservative councillors are levying, will strike a balance between keeping tax low while providing a much needed £2 million extra for care. The previous item on the council tax base showed that well over half the households are in bands A to C and will pay less than the £15, while only not much more than a third are in band D and above and will pay the £15 or more, a very small amount to pay to help some of the most vulnerable people in BCP. But it seems the administration puts them at the bottom of their priorities. So it's not how much council tax, there's no benefit in paying a lot of council tax, it's what you can do with it. And what we're proposing is using additional funding for those who most need it, to show that this is a caring council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lepoidovin. Councillor Vicky Slade, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to go over the same things over and over again, but I would just state that we're actually talking here about £1.20 per month for the average household to actually protect the most vulnerable people in our society. Those people who are paying for fees and charges, for care, for support in their homes, people who haven't seen a soul for a year, people that we've all been supporting through Together We Can over the last year. And it feels quite uncomfortable to me that nobody is lobbying for those people. They are the people that have been supporting and being part of our community for years and years and years, and yet you will lobby until you're blue in the face for businesses that we have paid out a lot of money to over the last year and that we all have huge sympathy for, but for which we are actually also supporting. We are not declaring to take any money from businesses. We are simply suggesting that this year is not the year for a bounce back festival. In the last 24 hours, there have been two news stories that are relevant. Yesterday, Bournemouth was actually named as one of the best beaches in the world. If they weren't going to come before, they're going to come now. And today, we've heard that for the second year in a row, the Great Dorset Steam Fair has been cancelled because the risks are too great. So surely the idea of a festival coast bounce back, call it whatever you like, is right for 2022 and not for 2021. And just to go back on the issue around the cutting in the arts budget, we're not cutting the arts budget. What we're proposing is that 20% of the increase is postponed until next year, in the same way as 100% of the increase in the adult social care precept is what the Conservative budget is proposing for next year. Because if you actually read the paper, you will see there is an assumption that the full 3%, which is probably about £4 or £5 a month, is proposed to be taken for everybody next year. We are simply saying take 1% this year, give it to the people who can least afford it. You talk about not leaving people behind, but the people you're leaving behind are the people that can't afford to be left behind. The vulnerable, the sick, the lonely and the fragile are being left behind. And for £1.20 a month, we want to make sure that they're not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Hazel Allen, please. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to comment on Councillor's mention that we shouldn't be reading out statements from our residents, from our business leaders. I'd like to say that they are actually supporting our budget, and all we're doing is showing that we're on the right track. Members will have had a letter this week from Tim Seaward from BH Area Hospitalities Association supporting our budget and objecting quite strongly to the amendment. They expressed concerns that the amendment tabled is looking at removing vital money required for the Bounce Back Fund, art and culture, regeneration of our conurbation. These three areas of the budget have been extremely welcomed by the hoteliers across BCP. It shows hoteliers that the council is investing in our future, prosperous future, and taking a big, bold step to improve our area for residents and for visitors. They feel we desperately need this budget for vital regeneration and have a programme of events running throughout the year. We're going through to the next financial year. We're talking about spring next year. So it's not just 2021. They feel that we desperately need this regeneration and to encourage growth and the development of our area. We need BCP to be vibrant and moving with the times and to take a leap of faith, which is what this budget does. It takes a leap of faith. We have hoteliers across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole who welcome visitors from far and wide. Our resorts, which employ up to 17,000 people and bring 1.2 billion to the area every year. I think members should an industry that we need to support to recover from COVID lockdown, to thrive in the future. For this reason, I encourage you to vote against this amendment and to support all the businesses that need us to be behind them right now. Quite rightly pointed out by the Baha Association. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor David Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to talk on this amendment, I welcome a lot of the proposed budget that the leaders put forward, mainly because it builds on the basis of the Unity Alliance budget that I presented to full council this time last year. But I support the amendment as an improvement on what's before us. What's been proposed before us is council tax harmonisation across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole within the 2-year time frame that the Unity Alliance decided to set, not the 7 years which the Conservatives had proposed previously when BCP was set up. The continuation of providing funds and investment in particular council priorities, most of which that are listed here were prioritised by the Unity Alliance, which had already planned funding for these in the medium-term financial plan for next financial year and the year after and the year after. So I'm glad to see most of that funding we'd set aside is being kept. And there seems to be a reversal of opinion among some of the people speaking just now to the arts and culture arena, because we've set aside money as a Unity Alliance to fund arts and culture in the coming years. And that's now supported by the administration, whereas last year they were voting against it and actually proposed to scrap the arts and culture funding which the Unity Alliance set up last year. So I'm glad that they've now had a change of mind and they are continuing to support arts and culture funding as the Unity Alliance established last year. It talks about one of the lowest council tax increases. Well, yes, but if you look over the next 2 years, looking at a massive council tax increase next year by taking the adult social care precept. That's what they're planning in the medium-term financial plan. So actually in Poole, it will be one of the probably the highest council tax increase when you look at it over 2 years is being proposed in these papers. I don't think that's honest with the electorate. I'm very concerned about the optimistic forecasts of a returning income, especially the big returning car parking income over the next financial year or two. You know, I really can't see that happening, and I think that places a lot of uncertainty over the future finances of the council. I'm concerned about the administration's new increasing reliance on borrowing to fund a lot of these projects, and this future fund of borrowing £50 million and a high level of capital receipts and the reliance on that. I think there's an increasing amount of uncertainty. With the pandemic, the effects are likely to last a number of years going forward. And I think with that uncertainty, we need to boost our unearmarked reserves rather than maintaining them at the minimum level. So I support this amendment for a number of reasons. It's responsible and prudent. It's more honest than the budget that we've been presented with because it adds funds to reserves to manage the increasing uncertainty and accepts some of the council tax adult social care precept rather than planning to put it all in next year. It's more caring by focusing on respite care, young people's mental health and other areas. There's more for residents with the proposal to develop the residents card. And there's more for our planet with the Green Recovery Fund. So the fact that this amendment and this is an improvement, it's more honest, more caring, more for our residents and more for our planet. So
thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Beverley Dunlop. Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Chairman. I shall be speaking against the amendment. Let's talk about the vulnerable, Councillor Slade. We have residents who have lost their jobs or their small businesses are shut. They're struggling to pay bills, under stress, and so are the children. Their mental health is teetering on the edge and they're desperate for some hope for the future. They need to know that their council is investing in them, providing support and creating opportunities to help them get back on their feet. What we do as a council coming out of this lockdown is critical to the well-being of our residents, both emotionally and financially. This time last year, Councillor Hadley stressed the importance of spending money on events. He described Festival Coast Live today as a bit of fluff. That bit of fluff is an extensive programme of events across all 3 towns to support local business, local people and local communities. Our small grants fund will be targeted at community groups. With community engagement, we can break down barriers to participation to the disadvantaged, developing a community programme where no one is left out. Councillor Rigby told us at last year's budget meeting that investment in arts and culture dramatically improved well-being, and he's totally right. Festival Coast Live is a massive exercise in well-being as well as a huge economic boost. The suggestion from Councillor Cox that visitors will come anyway is sticking 2 fingers up to the entire retail, hospitality and entertainment sector. The places where the residents I mentioned earlier might normally be employed or contracted or self-employed. Festival Coast Live is a lifeline for thousands of people. But just look at who is supporting this amendment. The comfortably off, nice homes, completely unaffected financially by COVID, don't really like visitors anyway, clogging up our beaches. The proposed council tax rise is a cheap cup of coffee, according to Councillor Cox. These people have absolutely no skin in the game. Are the rest of you really going to go against everything you said and supported last year? Councillor Brown said, if you take 150k from arts and culture funding, the Arts Council will not support us for match funding. They will not support us in future events. Councillor Howell said investment in culture has been proven to show that there are lots of benefits that we see multiples back in terms of income. Were they lies or truths? Our residents and businesses would very much like to know, and you can let them know publicly tonight when you vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Mark Howell, please.
Thank you. I'll just make a few points in relation to some points that a few members of the administration have made. I mean, it's interesting that somebody who spent much of this period, I understand, living in Ringwood, talks about having skin in the game, other people not having skin in the game. But in terms of arts in particular, we are just proposing to defer £100,000 to the following year. And I very much doubt that the £500,000 that is proposed for the culture budget will actually get spent, because the cultural compact has not yet been constituted. It's not been recruited for. In terms of general organising of festivals as well, the council arts, the one council officer that we have that organises festivals and organises Arts by the Sea, spends a whole year doing that. So how are you going to get the resource to quickly put on a high quality festival? You know, we were given a briefing as councillors, which was really kind of a flight of fancy. You know, lots of you know, well, the key lead members getting very excited about the prospect of having a festival. And I very much welcome festivals that are going to be well organised, sustainable, and can deliver to the community. But in reality, this is a real risk, because, you know, very easily we could find ourselves in a semi-lockdown again, that we end up spending money that actually doesn't deliver for residents or tourists. And in all probability, we are going to get the numbers down, and the businesses who understandably are worried and understandably will want to take any money that's on the table, you know, in all probability, they're going to be okay this summer because of the numbers of people coming down. I'd just like to conclude by saying that, you know, Councillor Nicola Green is fond of a metaphor, so I'll finish with a simile. You know, it's very much like she's wearing Emperor's new clothes, walking down Westbourne High Street naked, because at the end of the day, the regeneration budget that the administration is putting forward, very much welcome that money is coming forward for regeneration, and we've kept that in the budget but put it to more sustainable regeneration. There's no evidence that any work has been done. The paper that is coming forward that was highlighted earlier says nothing about any plans other than designing a structure, which is very late in coming to that conclusion that they need that.
Councillor Hale, that's 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Councillor Hall. You're on mute, Councillor Hall.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Chairman. This Conservative administration has produced a truly fantastic council budget. All of the council taxpayers in the Christchurch area will be pleased and delighted to know that despite increases nationally, the council tax for Christchurch is frozen. No increase at all, which is brilliant. When Christchurch became part of the BCP conurbation, the budget was transferred. Resources did not provide money for gully emptying, street lining, signage or street cleaning or street furniture. It certainly will help a much needed tourist trade, which can bring in over 100 million a year in a normal year, and that helps keep the vibrancy in the town. Street cleaning has always been a Conservative priority, and one of the first acts the Conservative administration did was to reinstate the funding. This Conservative administration has allocated a further 279 million, 1,000 rather, to ensure continuing frequent street cleansing in Christchurch. To have a Liberal Democrat, Councillor Mike Cox, proposing an increase seems to be a kick in the teeth for the Christchurch taxpayer. It makes me remember very clearly when the Liberal Democrats were in charge of setting the council tax for Dorset County Council. They increased the tax by over 60% in a 4-year term. My main concern for Christchurch was the high level of Christchurch to council tax. To find the leader of Christchurch Independence who is supporting an unnecessary council tax increase is unbelievable. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Andy Hadley, please. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. We continue to be at the sharp end of responding to decisions made by the Westminster government, and that included being late to lockdown, failing to control our borders, to get testing undertaken, to fail to use existing supply chains for PPE and instead got all their mates in to do it. And we're not through that. The intention to reopen schools at the beginning of March, when actually all the under 50s won't be vaccinated by, the aim is to get the over 50s vaccinated by the end of April. This year is going to still be a really difficult year, and we need to encourage people to feel confident and safe to get out of their homes, but not to gather in large numbers. And we do need to support our arts and culture sector. They have been severely hit, as many walks of life have, but we need to be cautious. As Councillor Slade mentioned, the Dorset Steam Fair is now cancelled, but I picked up something from Dorset the other week, which was saying that the Shaftesbury Festival has been cancelled and the Dorset Marathon's been cancelled and the Lambtree Festival has been cancelled, because the uncertainty for those organisations in the run-up to those events is huge. And the idea that we will run events safely, we need to support our businesses, support our members of our area, our residents, in feeling safe and secure to be able to get out, to socialise, to do the things that have been mentioned. Councillor White mentioned 4.2%. That's not the difference between us. There are very small differences between us in terms of the council tax. It is the 1% precept, and it is about trying to use that to help our particularly vulnerable and needy. And I think the difference between us is that the Conservatives are listening very strongly to business, and we are listening and trying to represent people, our ordinary residents, who have been, many of whom have been shielding or been unable to conduct their normal business. The two need to go together. We need to work together as one, and we need to make it work. But I think sleight of hand and showmanship are not the ways to do it. We need to be honest with our public. And increasing the fees and charges for social care provision, moving money, capital funds that were already allocated, and using SIL to pay for those are not the ways to be honest with the public. I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Members, I had a point of order raised in the chat bar. Can I just call upon Councillor Beverley Dunlop just to confirm your point, please, Councillor?
It's a point of order on clarification, if I may, Chair. I am sorry to interrupt the debate. I'd like some clarification from Councillor Howell, please, who said that as someone coming from Ringwood, I'd like some clarification exactly what he meant by that.
Okay, just bear with me, Councillor. Councillor Dunlop, the guidance I'm being given is that your request for point of order and clarification is inappropriate.
Can I ask why it's inappropriate? Because it's been used to suggest.
Yeah. Okay, just bear with me. I'll ask the monitoring officer to give you the reason.
Beg your pardon, councillors, I was just coming off mute there. So the two occasions on which you can ask for a point of order are one in which to clarify something that you have said that's possibly been misunderstood during the debate. And the second one is to raise a procedural point where the meeting hasn't gone according to the procedure and you want to point that out to members. So my view is that Councillor Dunlop asking a question of Councillor Howell does not qualify as a point of order.
Okay, well, perhaps Councillor Howell can explain later then how he sees things.
Councillor Dunlop, Councillor Howell's not permitted to speak for a second time. So moving on then, thank you for your point raised, and thank you to the monitoring officer for explaining the reason why it's not upheld. Councillor Karen Rampton, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And I'm speaking on the alternative budget, and in particular items F and G. And F is deferring the inflationary uplift, and I'm not sure that everybody perhaps quite understands what that is. It's an automatic annual increase to reflect the increase in pensions and benefits. We don't know yet what that pension and benefit increase will be, but the budget assumption is around 2%. So should this amendment be supported, I'd really like members to consider the consequences. The uplift being deferred to 22-23 is just kicking the can down the road. It's putting a potential burden of probably approximately 4% rise on the following year. The deferment would fly in the face of our policy, and to change it would be an administrative burden, as any financial assessment by our officers would be skewed. Let me move on to G, which is this provision of a one-off respite fund for carers. It's light on the detail, but I'm assuming it's another national Lib Dem campaign, and therefore as such it's more about political point scoring than actually a well thought out plan. I'm really shocked at what I've heard from, if we were in a chamber, the other side of the chamber this evening. Adult social care chronically underfunded, 13.1 million extra investment. The vulnerable being left behind. We need to show compassion, we need to support. These are some of the most offensive comments I've heard in my 13 years on the council. Our officers and our staff and our partners in the health and social care system are working their socks off to support our most vulnerable, and to suggest they're not is really, frankly, offensive, and I won't have it. Maybe you're not aware, respite services are still operating. We have shared lives, we have day centres, we have sitting services. We've got 3 day centres open with bubbles. They are the centres that people usually attend, and they are for the people who are most vulnerable or who carers are in most need of respite. We have CRISP, and that is the Carers Resource Information and Support Programme, and it's working remotely. And carers can contact by phone or by email, and they're proactively contacting carers who they know to be in stressful caring situations. There's a whole raft of support and events which have moved online. There's Tai Chi, there's talks, there's mindfulness, there's the Carers Choir, befriending and mentoring, direct payments, assistive technology available, there's counselling. There are, of course, restrictions. The Holiday Lodge and beach huts are currently not available, and nor are the cinema vouchers usable at present, obviously. And the numbers at day centres are restricted at present for obvious reasons of health and safety. And in addition, many of our carers are presently reluctant to take up respite.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. That's 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Can I just please sum up, Chair?
No, I'm sorry, Councillor Rampton. The Constitution says 3 minutes, and so I've stopped everybody at 3 minutes or thereabouts, and so I thank you for your contribution. Councillor Lawrence Fear, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will be speaking to this amendment this evening with some sorrow. After going through the paper, I found sums that don't add up, short-term vision, and lack of care and understanding. The £250,000 provision of mental health and youth services set out in the amendment is a sticking plaster. It will not address the wider concerns for the conurbation. Any good it will do will be washed away in higher tax rises put forward in the amendment and affect vulnerable residents who in this pandemic have suffered greatly. What needs to be done on this issue of mental health? We need to have a long-term plan that sets out what the council will do to support all residents with mental health. This is why the big plan in the substantive is so vital. Kinetic fulfilled lives, modern, accessible, accountable council, and a crucial bounce back festival, which will help residents with mental health. These key areas set out how services will not only benefit from £38 million investment, but will also install better work practice, linking up departments to streamline care and support, and working with third parties to get the best out of collaboration and delivery. This amendment does not address any of those issues. In summary, Chair, this amendment is an unhealthy burden on some of our most vulnerable residents, with its overreach on tax rises and long-term strategy and vision put like ashes to the wind. I see no care and compassion from the Unity Alliance, but a detached bank manager with only eyes on the bottom line. So I urge members to vote down this amendment and invest today to live for tomorrow by voting for the substantive budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. I don't appear to have any other members indicating that they wish to speak. Councillor Jackie Edwards, please.
Thank you, Chair. I can't support this alternative budget. A one-off payment for carers' respite is mentioned, such a simple proposal that surely raises more questions than answers. We now have a roadmap out of lockdown combined with a very successful vaccination programme. Hopefully it won't be long before all normal respite provision for carers and their loved ones will be returning in full. Carers certainly earn our respect, and the pandemic has been hard for them, especially those caring for someone with dementia. As dementia champion, I have learned not all dementia is the same, and how the person with dementia behaves can vary from day to day as well. Dementia respite is specialised and can be very costly, so with carers in BCP shown, how much respite would a carer get from this one-off payment? Would it be just a few hours or for longer? Is it for all carers or just those who are registered with BCP Council? You would be seen as heartless to say carers, including those looking after people with dementia, did not need respite. Of course they do, and websites such as My Life, My Care and CRISP show support is there even now during this lockdown. The sitting service is still available for those who need to take a break, and I suggest any carer contacts BCP to look at what is available. The telephone number is 01202 123 654, or if online, check the website where they will see the statement. We provide a range of information, advice and services to adults with care and support needs or who have caring responsibilities. In addition, as far as I'm aware, the subject of carers has not been mentioned at the Health and Adult Social Care Committee. However, if a member had asked for it to be put on the agenda, they would have been told that a carers strategy is currently being looked at. It will be a BCP strategy and it will feed into the Pan Dorset strategy. This will be putting carers at the heart of it, and the opportunity is there for the Health and Adult Social Care Committee to form a working group if they so wish to be involved in shaping the carers strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Judes Butt, please. Councillor Butt. Unfortunately, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now? I'm having terrible trouble with my technical bits and bobs. I don't know how my hand went up, Mr. Chairman. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jane Kelly, please. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman. I really must speak against this alternative budget to protest that it does not properly address the challenges and immense difficulties that our residents face currently and ongoing as we emerge from the pandemic. To raise the levels of council tax when people are struggling to pay the bills that they have, and to take away the proposed investment in regeneration, arts and culture and the Bounce Back Festival is denying our communities the chance to recover their positivity and realisation that life is still worth living. Families who have been juggling homeschooling with holding down one or sometimes two jobs, worrying all the time that they may not have their jobs very much longer, some knowing that their job has gone and they then worrying about paying the rent or the mortgage and buying food. Something that might be fun and free might be the only bright spot on the horizon for them. I completely agree that there is now and will be a further need for investment into mental health services, especially for young people. But the budget proposed by the administration already puts significant funding into our children's services and adult social care, some of which will address those issues. Therefore, I see no justification in the alternative proposals before us. Others will articulate the many benefits to business that come from investments in our arts and culture and the festival proposals, but I am most concerned that we provide some benefits for our local communities in terms of taking part in activities that they enjoy and finding pleasure in the spectacles, large and small, that will be produced as and when they can happen in a safe way. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor LJ Evans. Councillor Evans, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'm really surprised to hear about a festival being described as a lifeline. Festivals aren't lifelines, carers are. They do an incredible job for virtually no reward. In reply to Councillor Rampton, we are not suggesting officers aren't doing their absolute best to support carers, but we know carers are struggling. We need to do more. The original budget is actually proposing to increase their fees. We're trying to help them. In reply to Councillor Edwards, as Vice Chair of the Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I was quite surprised to hear we have a carer strategy. I previously have been unaware of this and can't see it on our forward plan, so I'd be very grateful for clarification on that point. I 100% support this budget and I hope my colleagues will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Andy Jones, please. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I would like to take this opportunity to quote from a letter from Mark Cribb, who's an extremely well-known, successful local businessman and managing director of the Urban Guild. He's also a key figure in the area of hospitality and has spent a lot of time advising MPs about the national response to help the hospitality industry. Mark says, and I quote, "Investing now in regeneration and festival opportunities gives us the greatest chance of being in a strong position as a town to stand tall and proud and re-establish our position as one of the greatest towns in the UK to both live and visit. Last year's international coverage of a major incident and national emergency on Bournemouth Beach undid many years of work in establishing ourselves as one of the best towns in the country. We need to invest now to ensure we do not miss out on the significant opportunities about to be presented to the town." Mark goes on to say, "There's going to be a great deal of pent-up demand post-lockdown. People are going to want to spend time with friends and families, to visit the seaside and fall back in love with all it means to be human. Festivals, live music, culture activities and so much more. Local businesses have limped through an incredibly tough 12 months. Without these bars, restaurants, visitors attractions, hotels, cafes, events and so much more in the town, we'll be much the poorer place in every regard. Not just economically, but as a place to live and call home. We must invest now to give every business the opportunity to bounce back fast so that it can fulfill their role in looking after local residents and visitors. Mr. Chairman, in summing up, it is absolutely clear that as we move forward, investment in regeneration is key to our future success across BCP. Therefore, listening to my residents, many of whom work in tourism, hospitalities and non-essential shops, I cannot support this amendment as it will be detrimental to their jobs and livelihoods. I urge colleagues to vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor John Beasley. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Chairman. The preparation of the council budget is always a balancing act between providing sufficient resources to support and improve the services provided for residents and ensuring that taxation is kept to a minimum, using some of the council's reserves when absolutely necessary. However, this budget also needs to address the many challenges and opportunities presented by the pandemic, especially as we come out of the COVID crisis. The £50 million New Futures Fund is just the sort of ambition that can be spearheaded by the local authority at this most difficult time for more than a generation, together with over £2 million for regeneration and the local economy. And most importantly, over £30 million of additional funding for vulnerable adults and children, putting residents at the heart of the budget. Inevitably, alternative budget proposals always fall short of a comprehensive approach, as the task becomes massively complex and is very difficult to prepare given the short lead-in time. However, the alternative budget proposals before us this evening feel very much like opposition just for the sake of it, and an opportunity to undermine the truly ambitious plans put forward by this administration to help the council direct and enhance the local economy and regenerate the local area. Not only that, but these alternative proposals will increase taxation whilst perversely bolstering the council's reserves at a time when the economic storm is still raging. The reserves are one of the very few weapons available to the council to support our responsibilities to residents. I predict that far from threatening a double whammy in local taxation next year, as the alternative budget says it fears, the Conservative instinct to reduce taxation will continue. In my experience of presenting 12 budgets to the former Bournemouth Council, this approach chimes exactly with the hopes and expectations of most local residents. The first budget of the new BCP Council, which I also prepared and presented, was successfully founded on this principle. Contrast my criticism of the alternative budget with proposals within the context of the budget from this administration. Proposals sources into regeneration at exactly the right time. Proposals to pump scarce resources into the cultural budget. Proposals to pump scarce resources into our local recovery plans, and proposals to pump scarce resources into tackling antisocial behaviour as an overdue priority for so many local residents and hard-pressed businesses. I commend the budget proposed by the Leader of the Council this evening as being the best and most comprehensively thought out plan and the first step on which to build further in next year's budget and for years to come.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Mike Green, please. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. In all my years as a councillor, I can honestly say that I've never seen a budget this inspiring, but nor have I ever seen an amended budget this damaging. It almost seems as though the proposer has been living in a different bubble from the rest of us for the last 11 months. In the world I've been living in, millions of residents in Britain, thousands of them in BCP, are struggling financially, and governments, both national and local, are doing whatever they can to help them back on their feet. In the main budget, the Conservative budget, we have the chance to give BCP residents one of the lowest council tax rises in the country. But that's not the way the proposer of this amendment sees things. Charge them an extra 1%. After all, it's just a cheap cup of coffee a month. Of course, we shouldn't really be surprised. The Liberal Democrats have always been a high tax party. Remember the extra 1% on income tax for the NHS, the extra penny for education, and so on and so on, election after election, budget after budget. The proposer's bubble seems not to include the news either. Today's had the unemployment rate rising to its highest level in 5 years, 60% of those being under 25s. Regeneration needs to be focused on countering deprivation and on where it means the most jobs are created and protected. A green recovery fund is not the same. It is sacrificing jobs and neighbourhoods for dogma, and it's a bit rich coming from those same members who slashed spending on tackling climate change when they scrapped the £240,000 of annual funding only a few months ago, a revenue line that this administration is proud to be putting back in. As for the amended budget's cuts to our arts and culture proposals and our plans to support the tourism and hospitality sectors, not just for 1 year, but for 3 years, which they seem to have forgotten, these are sectors which are on their knees and the very backbone of BCP's economy. Well, I don't need to say anything. You've already heard and read today from every Chamber of Commerce, every business improvement district, our hoteliers trade body, our events organisers, and so many more. Instead of telling them in emails that you know better, listen to these people who bring thousands of jobs and hundreds of millions of pounds to our economy. They are asking members to reject this amendment because of the damage it would cause, and members should do just that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Diana Butler, please. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. It was really just a question to the people who've proposed the amendment and to the main recommendation. I can't. 3 towns have got such different charges for council tax. Poole residents are taking a big hit in both cases here. And being a Poole resident myself, we're not all really wealthy. And it's going to cut across all bands of housing. So can somebody explain why Poole residents are being hit so hard on both accounts?
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I'm sure that Councillor Cox or Councillor Mellor will be able to answer that question for you. I have no further members wishing to speak, so I would like to call upon Councillor Mike Cox to sum up, please, for the alternative amended budget. Councillor Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fellow councillors, let me try and tackle a few of the misconceptions and misinformation which seem to abound in this debate and has been spread to businesses that appear to have already been promised funding. The first one I want to tackle is that we do have a duty to listen to those who engage with us, but we also have a higher duty to listen to those who are voiceless and either cannot or will not speak for themselves. And that is what clearly a lot of you are not doing. You're listening to people who can shout loudest, and you're not listening to the people who don't speak at all and who need help desperately. And as for this rubbish that's going around that we're scrapping the regeneration budget, it is what it is. It's rubbish. All we're trying to do is to make it a green regeneration rather than a non-green regeneration. And Councillor Nicola Green, really, if my budget was made in the dog and duck, I don't know where your budget was made last year, because actually it was presented at the council. There was no preparation, no consultation, nothing. It was a scrappy piece of paper, and actually was, as somebody has already said, it was cutting the cultural budget. So how some of you have the nerve to turn around to us and say that we're just deferring the budget, and that is somehow terrible. That's rubbish. We're just making it an even climb, and what you're doing is you're cutting it, you're building it up, and actually what we're trying to do is be a bit more consistent. I completely agree that the cultural compact is necessary, and Councillor Iyengar, I welcome everything you do, and I think you're doing a really good job actually. But all we're trying to do is defer 20% of the income. But as I said before, you cut it last year. And as for Councillor White's tax and spend, well, I have said it's a cheap cup of coffee, and it is a cheap cup of coffee. And so there are responsible Conservative councillors up and down the country, one just nearby, who are actually taking the adult social care precept when they can take it. And Councillor Fear, you call me a detached bank manager. I'm not a detached bank manager, but I am an accountant. So I do like to balance the books. So I do plead guilty to your accusations. What we are doing is we're failing in our duty as responsible representatives if we don't secure responsible sources of funding. 1% that we're asking for, which is an extra 2.1 million in a year which is unprecedented in terms of the risk. It's fair, it's prudent, and it's responsible. It's not about doing what's right. It's also about doing what's right, not what's politically clever. And
thank you, Councillor Cox. That's 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, if you just bear with me one moment, please. Thank you. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, colleagues, for a strong and interesting debate. The answer is harmonisation.
We are not putting up tax any more than any needs to be in terms of getting harmonisation. The Unity Alliance amendment will be putting tax up a further 1%, so a 4% in pool, and it's not necessary. The amendment puts one point I feel compelled to clarify is in relation to the social care precept. I remind members that this is not ring-fenced to social care. It is simply council tax out of our residents' pockets. And in this year, we are putting record £13 million new investment into social care. We were able to do that record investment and bring forward one of the lowest council tax rises in the country because we, this administration, is in control of this council's budget and finances. Related to that, I'll also clarify, this administration has no intention of taking the social care precept next year if not expressly required to do so. And even since this budget has been submitted, because of the benefits of a Conservative council and hard-working Conservative MPs, we have successfully lobbied government to extend capital receipts dispensation, which would have at least a £7 million impact on our MTFP. We are clearly the party of low tax. The Alliance clearly is not. I do believe that the debate shows clearly that this amendment is not well thought through or thought of by members in this chamber or by the many and varied stakeholders that have felt compelled to speak to it. Let's pause and quietly reflect on what we've heard tonight and over the weekend. The Lighthouse, BSO, events practitioners, all of accommodations bids, hospitality, en masse, and our wider economy through the chambers of commerce. Entrepreneurs, artists, the feedback this proposal has received has been universal. It has been and should be rejected. I do congratulate Councillor Cox though, because in one weekend he has successfully achieved a feat that had remained out of reach for many years. He has united the conurbation. I call on all members of the chamber to unite, listen to our communities and unite in our rejection of this amendment. Let us move on to a budget that is truly innovative, ambitious and a budget of the people. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Mellor. I will now hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the recorded vote for the amended or alternative budget as proposed by Councillor Cox. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So just to confirm, councillors, I'm going to ask you to vote for or against the alternative budget, the amendment proposed by Councillor Cox. If you're in favour of the amendment, please vote for. If you're against the amendment, please vote against. The alternative is to abstain. In alphabetical order then, Councillor Hayes or Allen?
Against.
Here, Councillor Lewis Allison. For. Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron. Bartlett.
Abstain.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Sorry, Councillor Borthwick, I've recorded that as against. Is that right? Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Against.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
Against.
Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Norman Decent.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Abstain.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earle.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg.
Abstain.
Councillor Nick Geary.
For.
Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Or against, sorry.
Record that as against. Councillor Bob
Against,
Lawton.
please, Mr. Farrell. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Lawton. Sorry, Councillor Bob Lawton.
What are you voting?
Have we lost Councillor Lawton?
You...
I'll come.
Against.
Sorry, thanks. Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Okay. Councillor Drew Miller.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles.
For.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
For.
Yeah, Councillor Lisa Northover.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Abstain.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
And Councillor Roberto Rocca, with apologies for I had a misspelling in front of me and I just carried on mispronouncing it, so I do apologise. Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against. No problem. Anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
You, Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Tony Trent.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
For.
Thank you, councillors. I'll pass those results of that vote to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The result of the vote is as follows. For 28, against 41, and 5 abstentions. So the alternative budget motion falls. Members, we now return to the substantive motion. Can I ask if there are any members wishing to further debate at all? Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Now that we're back to some kind of normality, I'd like to get back to the matter at hand, just to reiterate some of the many points that the leader raised in his introduction to what this is, this budget. Many of us have been involved in many of these budget setting meetings before, and many budgets before us have tried to address the issues of the day and sprinkle some optimism and some long-term strategic direction into the future. Many have even dared to call themselves transformative. But I can honestly say that for all the fanfare and showboating of previous efforts, this is the first budget that I've ever been involved with which truly lives up to the word transformative. And that's not just because it comes in tandem with the big plan that the leader mentioned earlier, which fully spells out the bold, confident and proud ambition of this area of ours of almost 500,000 people, a plan which firms up our house building, placemaking and regeneration and focuses on our children. That, of course, is exactly the kind of joined up thinking we need. But it's truly transformative because it fundamentally addresses some of the structural financial challenges we have. It unleashes some tremendously impactful sums of money to invest in our future. And it not only right-sizes the budgets for our places and people, but it blows previous plans out of the water. And Mr. Chairman, the numbers speak for themselves. A £50 million futures fund to invest in our infrastructure. That's our money, not government grants, to use as we see fit and unlock tremendous opportunities across our area. We've got over £2 million increase in regen, economy and planning budgets. To put that into perspective, that's a 5 100% increase on previously, and that makes sure that we can deliver, that our delivery matches our ambition. We've heard some of the other figures: £10 million for special educational needs for our children, £13 million extra for adult services, £7.5 million extra for our vulnerable children, £250,000 in our climate and ecological emergency, which I would point out the previous administration cancelled their investment into it. We're not only putting that back in, but we're increasing investment in this area with our investment in the community municipal bonds, which will turbocharge our climate emergency spending even further and pale even this investment into significance. And how are we doing this, Mr. Chairman? Is it by, as our Lib Dem colleagues have suggested, burdening the council taxpayer with extra punishing rises at precisely the time when many of our residents are hit the hardest? The Lib Dem plans, incidentally, would have put council tax up, as we've heard, over 2 years by around 8%. No, it's by grappling hold of the budget properly, unleashing the transformation savings, not fire selling our assets, but structuring them in a way that unleashes their value. And I will make a commitment right here, right now, that by the end of this term, this authority will have considerably more assets than it started with, investing in the next generation whilst protecting the purses of this generation. Mr. Chairman, this is a budget to be proud of for an area which is on track to be one of the most exciting places in the UK to live, to visit and invest. The future starts now, and I urge colleagues to now support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Margaret Phipps, please.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I would like to say that I've got some concerns that this budget does rely heavily on borrowing, which of course will have to be repaid in the future. However, there's one item I particularly want to comment on, and it's an item that I actually do agree with within this budget, and that is the specific issue of council tax. As a Christchurch independent councillor, I am very pleased to see that the proposal for council tax harmonisation is exactly as put forward and agreed by Christchurch independents at the start of the new unitary council in May 2019. As we know, local Conservatives promoted and finally achieved this new BCP authority against quite fierce opposition in Christchurch, whilst always advocating 7 years of Christchurch paying more council tax than the rest of the area before harmonisation would be achieved. Christchurch independents said no, we wanted equity as soon as possible and insisted on 2-year harmonisation with a reduction in council tax for Christchurch last year and a freeze this year, so that Bournemouth and Paul's charges could catch up to achieve equity across the area. And I just want to make it clear that Christchurch independents instigated this to support fairness for Christchurch residents and all BCP residents within 2 years and not 7. And the Unity Alliance then implemented it. And this year's budget put forward by the Conservative administration just retains that previously agreed policy. And I was actually quite shocked that when speaking to the amendment, the only Christchurch Conservative councillor credited the Conservative administration with that policy. And that is not the case. That is a policy from the previous administration, and I am actually pleased to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. I have a point of order raised by, is it Councillor Brooks? Councillor Brooks, that the question now be put.
Yes, it's Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke.
I would like to propose that the vote is now taken, that the matter be now put.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
I'm happy to second. Marion Lopez-Vin.
Thank you very much. It's been proposed and seconded. Is there any dissent against that proposal? If you could show in the conversation bar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, members. We will go to the vote.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So, councillors, we're asking you to vote on the proposal that the motion now be put. So if you are in favour of that being put now, in order to bring this debate to an end, please vote for. If you're against that proposal, then please vote against. So, Councillor Hazel Allen.
Against.
Okay, Councillor Lewis Allison.
For.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell. Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Thank you. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt. Sorry, Councillor Judy Butt.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor
Sorry,
Eddie
Mr.
Coop.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Norman Decent.
Against.
Councillor Leslie Debman.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Millie Earl.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
Against.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg.
Against.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
Sorry.
Councillor. Yep.
For.
Thank you. Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Against.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marion Lepedovan.
For.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
For.
Councillor Rachel Waidment.
For.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Drew Miller.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles.
For.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
For.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
For.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
Against.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
For.
Councillor Roberta Rucker.
Against.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Tony Trent.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
For.
Thank you, councillors. I'll pass the result of that vote to the chairman.
Thank you, members. The voting is as follows: for 29, against 45. That proposal therefore falls, and I call upon Councillor LJ Evans to address the council, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if Councillor Trent was before me.
I'll let LJ go first.
Please carry on, Councillor Evans.
Thank you. Well, I think there's certainly lots to be commended in producing a balanced budget at such a difficult time. Heartfelt thanks to the officers, and as stated on page 362, this shows the culture of strong and effective financial management shown by the Unity Alliance. However, I'm concerned about the amount of borrowing and the fact that no sustainable income is being generated. We also have very low reserves, and this worries me about future-proofing. In page 415, we're reminded of our legal requirement to ensure our budget is balanced in a manner that reflects the needs of both current and future taxpayers in discharging our responsibilities. One of my main areas of concern is the loss of the Homes England grant for the Turlin Moor Affordable Housing Scheme. This was not unforeseeable nor insurmountable. The administration are claiming that there was a lack of engagement during the pandemic, so delayed everything and missed the funding deadline. This is an unforgivable waste of money, nearly £4 million. BCP Council managed to undertake other public engagements during the COVID crisis via digital and analogue means, so why not for this? I therefore can't support this budget. Thank you.
Councillor Nicola Green, please. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. Although I am absolutely sure that Councillor Trent's name appeared before mine did and bounced back, so I'm happy to defer to him.
Please carry on, Councillor Green. I'll take them in the order as they are on the list. Thank you.
Certainly, Chairman. Thank you. I should be quick, but I would just like to respond to Councillor Phipps's comments about council tax harmonisation. And indeed, I'd like to quote from the leader's speech in the autumn, in which he said to the Christchurch Independents, "We respect the position you took, protecting the interests of your residents. You campaigned on principle and you were successful. You have represented your residents and you have succeeded in what you set out to do. Let me say this very clearly. We get it. We listened to what you said. We really listened, and I'm very pleased that we were able to show that commitment this evening. On a separate point, I would just like to say how immensely proud I am of the way in which the Council has mobilised over the past year. It's continued to deliver public services throughout the darkest of times, providing continuity to those who rely on it on a daily basis. Our bins have been collected, roads maintained, beaches and parks kept clear, and vital care services delivered to people who cannot leave their homes. The most extraordinary volunteer army has been recruited, trained and mobilised, delivering prescriptions, essential groceries, befriending and now providing a warm welcome as they help people obtain their vaccination at venues around the conurbation. It's been a truly magnificent collective effort involving the voluntary and faith sectors across the area. Many members, including those of the previous administration, really put their shoulders to the wheel, mustering volunteers and supporting their communities. I've paid tribute in the past to the leadership, both political and officer, shown in setting up the Together We Can programme, and I'm very grateful to be involved in the legacy of that decision that was taken very early on. Keeping the show on the road has taken an immense and an energetic effort. This budget recognises it, it empowers it, and it invests in its future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Tony Trent, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I do echo some of what the previous speaker put forward. I think from the beginning of the pandemic, I think the council, even after the change of administration, has continued to provide quality services in very difficult circumstances. One of the issues I have with this whole thing is that though I basically support much of what's been put forward in the substantive budget, but I do realise that so much of what has been said is spin and window dressing. And as I pointed out in my previous comments, linked to the discussion about the amendment, I believe that there are some slightly risky precedents set for the forward for the future, but unlike those opposite who basically have behaved very tribal over the whole budget thing and have just it's almost like the bogeyman's come up with this awful thing, we've all got to rally against it. I'm quite happy to support what bits I feel are worthy of support, such as the children's services protection, and as I say, unlike the other side, I will make up my own mind as to how I will vote on this. As I say, I may support it, but I will support it with an element of wariness, because I don't think that it's 100% sound. But I do think that we need to appreciate that much of it has been built on what's gone before, and that whilst they are taking some risks, which LJ very adequately highlighted earlier on, I do think that overall I will probably end up supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Tony O'Neill, please. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have here a communication from the Chief Executives of the Lighthouse Theatre, of the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra, and the Director and Chief Executive of the Pavilion Dance South West. They say, and I willingly endorse, that arts, culture and hospitality is an intrinsic part of the vibrancy and appeal of our residents, for those who are visitors and for those who work in BCP. This has been recognised both by the Unity Alliance and Conservative administrations, who also recognise the immense importance of investing in culture infrastructure with the commissioning of the Cultural Compact, which has the backing of key investors including ACE and lottery funding. The additional funding proposed in the administration's budget will be a catalyst for enhanced community cohesion. It will bring a significant economic benefit and ensure that culture and creativity makes a full contribution to the regeneration. It will make a real difference. Our arts theatre, because it belongs to all of us, was opened in 1978, has grown to be the largest arts theatre outside of London, containing theatre, cinema and concert hall. It can accommodate 2,500. It is also the home of the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra and their core of 70 employees. It seeks to bring the joy of theatre, of music, of arts and education to the many, not just the few. Its status and home in Poole is recognised throughout the UK and beyond. It is home to the many who work within the industry, from the box office staff to the lighting and stage crews, to the artists, directors and musicians and many more. They need our support as we and they seek to bring pleasure and joy back into our communities. I will support them, and I will support the administration's budget, which I think is critical to this outturn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Julie Bagwell, please. Councillor Bagwell.
Thank you, Chair. What was I going to say? I take offence that a member speaks of losing £4 million due to not meeting the deadline from Homes England. That is not correct. It was decided that it needed to be given back to Homes England due to the fact that Hamworthy residents deserved full and proper consultation on this major project, inclusive of the residents in Upton, as the proposed build of 400 properties will have a massive impact on all that live and work in Hamworthy and Upton. I don't believe that we haven't done face-to-face and proper consultation, no matter which way the member thinks it is being done. And we as Hamworthy residents, and myself and my colleagues as councillors, deserve to be able to give our residents what they need and what they require. So that's my point. Thank you. And I will be voting for this budget. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bagwell. Councillor Anne Filer, please. Councillor Filer.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
I think I've not got my, yeah, you can see me now. So I'm absolutely thrilled by this budget. I've been a councillor now for over 21 years, and I think this is the best and the most ambitious and the most exciting and the most forward-looking budget I've ever heard. You know, we woke up this morning and the sun was shining and there was a warm breeze, and we had good news last night from the government about the gradual lifting of all the restrictions. And I think everybody that we met when we were out, we went out for a walk, and everyone you met said, isn't it a lovely day? And that's what I feel about this budget. It's restoring confidence, it's restoring faith in the council, it's restoring our economy. And for all those people who say, give those poor folk some extra money, actually what those poor folk who've been locked up for a year, and I include myself in that, I'm not talking about poor in financial terms, I'm talking about poor in limited social contact that I've had over this year. What I need is to get out, to have something to look forward to every weekend. It's not just visitors who will be able to enjoy these festivals. Bounce Back is for us as well, all the residents, all the children. I've seen the plans. There's going to be activities for everybody, for people, all different groups and everybody. It's a summer of positivity, and we all need that. We've had a ghastly year, and today the sun shone, it was warm, it was bright. We've got good news, and this is a fantastic budget, and I really commend it.
Thank you, Councillor Filer. Councillor David Brown, please. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wasn't particularly going to speak because I have spoken on the amendment and made my views of the budget known overall. You know, there's a lot to welcome there because they've got an awful lot of the context of what the Unity Alliance and what I presented last February. So there's a lot to be welcomed, but there are concerns which some of my colleagues have raised. I really just wanted to speak. I've heard a number of members speak tonight about arts and culture funding, and you know, we note the comments from the Lighthouse and other arts organisations, and just some of the comments just now. And I really wanted to take people back 12 months because I can't quite believe some of the things I'm hearing, because it was the Unity Alliance last year that introduced as an investment priority arts and culture, and we set up funding for this coming financial year and increased funding year on year for the arts and culture sector. It was our policy to do that, opposed by all of the Conservatives last year in their alternative budget. They wanted to withdraw the arts and culture funding, and now suddenly 12 months later they had a sort of Damascene revelation that they should start to fund it. And I will remind members as well, talking about that, I'm really proud of what Unity Alliance did in terms of funding our arts sector, and the main bodies such as the Lighthouse and others, they'd been left by administrations in Poole and Bournemouth with just annual funding, often very late, which meant that it was difficult for them to plan. The Unity Alliance last year committed to year-on-year funding so that those arts organisations could plan, could bid for grants, and could know where they were going. And that was very welcomed by them at the time. And that was a decision made by the Unity Alliance rather than just last-minute annual funding decisions, which left them in abeyance. So I don't think, I'm not going to take a lesson from certain people who suddenly say that we're not supporting the arts sector. Even our alternative budget was offering a lot of support to the arts and culture sector.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I think the item has been well debated, and I'd just like to call on the leader to sum up before we go to the vote. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'll just start by saying it's pretty obvious where the arts and culture sector are now, and it's pretty obvious where the economic sector is now from their support for this budget over the weekend. Chair, in lieu of the time, I will genuinely be brief. I won't respond to the debate we've just had. I'll just bring us back to the budget, the substantive. One, this is a massive investment in frontline services. Two, millions of extra on reserves than last year, and doing both of those things while having one of the lowest council tax rises in the country. Finally, Chair, and it's been I love Dan Filer's comment, this is a budget of hope. This is a budget of optimism. This is absolutely a people budget. Let's be world class. I implore people to unite behind what we're doing today, our vision for the future. I implore people to support this budget. Thank you for your time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller, I'd like to hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote, please.
And so, councillors, you're being asked to vote on the proposal as set out in the agenda, item 7J, as set out. If you're in favour, please vote for. If you're against, and then the other alternative is to abstain. Sorry, just bear with me for 2 seconds.
Nobody's finished, just click on.
So I've just been reminded this includes the council tax resolution as well, so that this is comprehensive vote. So Councillor Hazel Allen.
For.
Just that.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis Allison. Abstain. Councillor Mark Anderson.
You're on there. For.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Thank you. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
For.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
For.
Councillor David Brown.
Against.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Abstain.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler. Sorry, Councillor Diana Butler.
Sorry. Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Eddie Coop.
For.
Councillor Mike Cox.
Against.
Councillor Malcolm Davis, sorry.
For.
Councillor Norman Decent.
For.
Councillor Leslie Debman.
Abstain.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
For.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Millie Earl.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Edwards.
For.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor George Farquhar.
Abstain.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer.
For.
Councillor David Flagg.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Geary.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike Green.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Hadley.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor May Haynes.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones.
For.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
For.
Thank you. Councillor David Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marion Lepedvin.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Abstain.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
Abstain.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
Abstain.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
For.
Councillor Pete Miles.
Abstain.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
For.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
For.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Abstain.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
For.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
Abstain.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
Abstain.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Vicky Slade.
Abstain.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
For.
Councillor Tony Trent.
For.
Councillor Mike White.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
For.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Abstain.
Thank you, councillors. I'll pass the result of that vote to the chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. The result of the vote is as follows. 46 votes for, 6 votes against and 22 abstentions, and therefore the motion is carried. Thank you, members. Nearly there. Agenda item 8. Councillor Mellor, please.
Yeah, Chair, please, can I propose the Bournemouth Independent and Green Group take the seat on the committee? I'm just getting the agenda item in front of me. Yeah, that the seat be allocated to the Bournemouth Independent and Green Group, Chair. Thank you. To the Lower Central Gardens Trust Board.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
I was going to ask Phil Broadhead to second that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead.
Happy to second. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any debate at all, members?
So, chairman's a comment from Councillor Trent.
Sorry.
Is it? Oh, is it an old one? Sorry, do apologise, my fault.
Okay. If there's no debate, then we'll go straight to the vote. Is there any dissension on that proposal? If you could show in the conversation bar, please. Okay, I'll take that as a unanimous vote then. Thank you, members. And finally, agenda item 9. Notice of motions in accordance with procedure rule 12. Councillor Matthews, can I call upon you to introduce the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, what I'd like to do this evening, given the hour, I really feel we're not going to do justice to this evening. I'd like to propose that we adjourn this. This is a really big issue, and lots of people, I'm sure, have lots of things they'd like to contribute to it, but I really don't feel we're doing justice to anybody at debating this at 10 to 1 in the morning.
I'm happy to second that from the chair. Members like to vote on that? Any dissension? No. In which case then, thank you very much, members. It's been an extremely long evening. I think this must be the record. I just want to check with Max that we're